A couple months ago my friend's cousin, a single mother, had gotten a new cell phone. After a long day of work, she placed her phone down on the counter and started watching TV when her son came to her and asked if he could play with her new phone. She told him to not call anyone or mess with text messages and he agreed to do so. At around 11:20 p.m. when she was getting tired, she decided to tuck her son in and go to bed herself. She proceeded to his room to see that he wasn't there. She went to her room to find him sleeping on her bed with the phone in his hand. Browsing through her phone, she noticed only minor changes such as a new background, banner, etc., and headed towards the pictures section. She began deleting the pictures he took when she came across the last one. When she first saw it, she couldn't believe it. It was her son, sleeping on her bed, but it was as if the picture was taken by someone else above him. It shows the left half of what seems to be an elderly woman's face.
Last summer some friends and I drove from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania to New Orleans, Louisiana to visit my sister. By the time we got to somewhere south of Birmingham, it was incredibly dark and foggy on the road, but the sky was clear. We drove on an off-road to try and find a nice field to view the stars in. Eventually we came to a clearing. We parked on the side of the road in the darkness and gazed at the stars for a while. They were beautiful. We got back in the car. As we pulled off of the side of the road, we realized that a car was parked behind us the entire time. It followed us and shined its beams in our car. Luckily, we managed to pull into a crowded family party that was happening in someone's ranch. When we approached the party, the car left us alone.
So my girlfriend's grandfather has told me the story a few times, but it never clicked till now. Her family lived out in Georgia, if I remember right. The grandfather and his friend go out squirrel hunting. The grandfather and his friend have a dog following them. He tried to scare it, shoo it away. At one point he no longer sees the dog. He hears movement in the bushes near him. Something charges at him and he freaks and unloads his gun. He ends up killing the dog he was trying to get to leave them alone. He feels like shit about it. Still he and his friend continue hunting squirrels. He tells me he does not get to shoot any, seeing how his friend is a crack shot. They get to a clearing. Not too far into from where they are standing, they both see a large black dog eating a dead deer. Before he knows it, his friend is already aiming at the dog and pulls the trigger on his shotgun. They both hear the dog scream in pain as if it has been hit. Only her grandfather said this dog made the most loud fucking screeching death yell he ever heard in his life, like they shot a person. Tells me they both end up going to where the dog had been. When they get to the spot they believe the dead dog would be, they found nothing. No dog and no blood. He feels that there was no way his friend missed that dog and that they in fact shot it, so he has no idea how they could no find blood or its body. To me it was always the friend missed the dog or grazed it. Now that him on /x/ I thought maybe it was a wendigo or something. He has a bunch of crazy stories he likes telling me.
Me about a year ago. Lifelong nightmares kind of gave me a horror fetish. Coworker tells me he didn't get much sleep. Says voices were keeping him up. Asked him if he means his family was being shit and staying up late. No, he has a big family and they're all crowded in a house. Says no. Says it was more than that. Keep pressing him to tell me what it is. He says there's some kind of entity or monster that lives in his room. Think he's fucking shitting me. He's serious. Demand more info from him. Claims that his room is haunted. Specifically it's centered around his closet. Tells me at night he hears voices and they sound clear enough like they're talking to him. Says he suspects it's a succubus cause it seems to be a female, harassed his GF, and he felt pressure on his chest before. Fast forward about a week. Party at his house. Start talking about ghost stories. I ask him about the closet again. He reiterates that it's haunted. His friends back him up. Say I brought my rosary with me, carry it everywhere. Tell him let's do an impromptu exorcism. He decides, sure, why not? Opens the closet. Looks like a normal fucking closet. Explains to me every time it's been broken, whoever broke it ends up breaking a lip somewhere down the line. Friends also back him up there. Waiters, start praying the rosary. Don't feel nothing. Coworker starts freaking out, says he's feeling some bad energy. All things considered, according to exorcists, that means his house is haunted by demons, alright. Says we should stop, tries to close the closet door. It stays stuck open. Says he can't sleep when it's open. Slams himself against it and tries to force it closed. It breaks. He starts freaking the fuck out. Eventually, after a few minutes, his friends and I fix the closet door. He starts to calm down. Have some drinks after. Says his house was built on native land or something. I tell him he should honestly get a priest if it's that bad. Still, I didn't feel anything. Get in my car. Say a prayer to Saint Benedict beforehand, just in case. Start car, begin to drive off. It's pitch black out and pretty close to the desert, live in Sokol. Turn on radio. It's some ungodly noise. It's set to the classical station. I listen to that normally. This is just some insane shit. Sounds like a combination of howling and instruments being played in slow motion. Other stations are just static. Sounds vaguely tribal. Kind of spooked. Look at GPS because the freeway I'm on seems unfamiliar. Tells me to do a U-turn in the middle of the freeway. Weird. Get off at the next exit, try to follow its new instructions. Leads me back to my coworker's house. Check to make sure my address is correct. It should be leading me back to my house. Try it again. Start driving, pitch black out, no other cars on the road. Try the radio again, it's been quite a few minutes now. Still horrifying ungodly sound on the classical station. Look at GPS. It's telling me to take a hard right on a fucking freeway. Literally into a wall. Then it changes and tells me to go back again. Really SBO'd now. Eventually turn off GPS. Look at sign. Decide it's better to drive to fucking Los Angeles, which I'm familiar with, so I can find roads I'm used to and get home than trusting this fucking thing. Music seems louder, kinda reminiscent of a stampede coming towards you now. Mutter a few Ave Marias under my breath. Phone's GPS turns on again. Could have sworn it just says turn around in the text-to-speech voice. Say fuck it. Shove phone into my pocket. Pull to the side of the freeway. Open glove box. Remove Eurobeat CD. Shove it into my CD player. Gas starts playing. Take advantage of the empty freeways to slam my foot on the gas. Roll down the windows. Cool night air rushing through my hair. Yell as loud as I can, fuck you demon fucking slut. Entire car ride is me switching between swearing at a demon and then muttering prayers I know. Pull to the side of the road. Make the sign of the cross one last time. Ask God for protection and say the prayer to Saint Michael the Archangel. Finally say aloud that if some demon bitch follows me home I will not stop fucking with her. I'm talking spritzing holy water everywhere and constant prayers of the rosary. I also remember what exorcists say about demons. Say she's just a bitch who can only act with God's permission and he can withdraw it at any time, that she's already failed. Say leave and never bother me or my friend again. Take out CD, turn to classical. It's back to classical music. Other stations work too. Sleep soundly. Find out days later my friend managed to get most of the activity to stop by threatening the bitch that he'd burn down his house just to spite her if she kept it up. All in all, it went well.
Got a long one for you guys. It's been quite a few years since this happened, and I don't think our community will ever recover. I'm a police officer in Mission County. Got a report about a missing 7-year-old girl. Me and another officer from the station got sent out to the residence. The family lived in a small community just outside the county seat's town limits. Very nice houses. Upper middle class. Apparently she had been playing with her friend all day and never returned home. They had called before, but it hadn't been 24 hours since she disappeared. The parents were visibly upset when we showed up, telling us we only had so much time, and that we had to find her that night. The girl's father, whose name is Travis, seemed very unsatisfied with us. But we had protocol to follow. Get all the descriptions of the daughter and the friend she was with the day she went missing. Her name's Katie, 7 years old, dark brown hair, was wearing a yellow Hello Kitty shirt with blue jeans, she had a Pokemon backpack, and she was with her friend Jade. Knowing how hard this situation must be for them, I reassured them that we'll do our best and she'll most likely turn up. It was still early in the day, so we continued our investigation and stopped by the friend's house. Parents were unaware of their daughter's friend going missing. Asked if we could talk to their daughter. They seemed hesitant at first but politely agreed. Daughter doesn't recall anything at first, but soon exclaimed that a man in a truck pulled up to talk with them. Asked who this man was and what the conversation was about. Says the man had long black greasy hair and asked if the girls liked video games. Said they both responded with yes, and the man smiled and drove off. Was that all he did? He didn't get out of the truck? No sir, he just left. Ask about the truck. She described it more as a Ford Bronco than a pickup truck. The dad chimed in almost immediately after hearing this. I think I know that vehicle, always parked out in front of an Arby's in town. Ask him if he knows the owner. No, I've just seen it around before. It might not even be it, but I thought I'd tell you in case it helped. Tell him it does help. After a quick chit-chat about how horrible it must be for her parents to go through that, we continued back to the station to go over the notes we had, preparing for more investigation the next day. Next day I get some information from the other officer working the case. Got some information on the Bronco the kid saw the other day. Shows me the registration for a 1988 brown Ford Bronco. You sure this is it, bud? Oh yeah, got reports about this creep driving around harassing people. The registration to a Thomas McKinley. Decide we should go pay him a visit today. After doing some paperwork and having lunch, we went out to the address registered to the vehicle. Run-down mobile home with junk piled up in front of it. Had a porch built off the front of with even more junk. Obviously hoarders. Lo and behold, there's the brown Bronco. Alright, let's go knock on his door. Make our way through the maze of garbage to the door. Give the usual very loud and obnoxious police knock. A woman answers the door. Can I help you, officers? Yes, we're looking for the owner of that SUV out there, a Mr. Thomas McKinley. Says it's her husband and he's in the living room. Invites us in. The house is filled with junk. Get to the living room and there's an old man sitting in a lazy boy. Tom, these police officers want to talk with you. Visibly this guy was not how the girl described the driver. Are you owner of that Ford Bronco parked outside? Yes, it's mine, but I never drive it anymore since Disable got the best of me. Tell him we've gotten reports that somebody been driving around in that truck harassing people. He looks at the floor and sighs. That's probably Caleb. He calls for him to come out of his room. He's a tall young man with long greasy black hair and very pale skin. Immediately give my partner a look like that's him. Ask him if he's been harassing people in his father's truck. He breaks down and starts crying. I have no friends, I just want friends. People think I'm retarded. He starts wailing and freaking out. His mother calms him down. Caleb is autistic and doesn't really fully comprehend what he's doing. Immediately think that this guy might not have the mentality to pull off a kidnapping. Ask him about two little girls he stopped to talk to the other day. Tells us he stopped cause the one girl had a Pokemon backpack and his favorite Pokemon is Fennekin. Alright, this clearly couldn't have kidnapped that girl. Tell him that we're gonna have to question him more, but since he's clearly unstable and overwhelmed, we'll come back tomorrow. We didn't have anything on the kid and were lucky enough to even be invited into the house. Decide to wrap it up, collect out notes and head back. Get a call later that night from the mother that somebody's outside threatening to kill her son. Get my partner and we head out to the property. We show up and to my surprise it's Katie's dad Travis, outside screaming at the family and the house. I know that retarded motherfucker did something to her. Tell me where she is. He was in a serious rage. Wouldn't even stop after he saw us pull up. Hey, what's going on, bud? Talk to me. What are you doing here? He's visibly pissed off and starts directing his anger towards me. You stupid cocksuckers are doing the worst job ever. Tell him we're doing our best to find her and she'll most likely turn up soon. Yeah, in a fucking body bag. That's what you want, isn't it? Not going to lie, he was getting to me. Continue trying to calm him down until he eventually does. Starts talking more irrationally about how this is the hardest thing he's ever gone through. Tell him I couldn't even imagine what it's like. But he shouldn't have come here. Tell him I'm going to let him off with a warning. But if he comes back again, I will get him for trespassing and threatening assault. He still seems angry about that whole, reluctantly aggressive and get in his truck and drives off. Go and tell the family that the guy has left. The old man opens the door and is clearly pissed off at what happened. What the fuck was that about? My son never did anything. Do you see how terrified he is? The young man was clearly shooken up and was clinging to his mother in fear. Felt bad for the guy knowing he's not all there. Tell him it won't happen again and if it does he'll be escorted to the police station. The man seems somewhat more calm. Tell them all to have a good night and to call if anything happens again. Finally off work for that. Another night of no sleep. Get up the next day, same routine. No leads, no tips, nothing. Just patrol the streets and hope something comes up. A few days go by, nothing from Katie's parents and nothing from the McKinleys. Think that maybe the family is starting to come to terms with it. A few more days pass before I get a call from the McKinleys. Please, you have to help, Caleb has disappeared. My first thought was Katie's dad. Oh God, I hope he didn't do what I think he did. Tell them I'll be right there. Hang up the phone. This is stressing me out so much. Make it out to the house and the Caleb's mother tells me he's been gone for days. Bronco's still there, his phone's still there. So must not be far, I thought. Tell her I'll go look for him. He must have walked the old county road into town. Drive down the old highway for a couple miles before reaching a small pull that used to be a logging road. There's a pickup truck a little down the overgrown road. Decide to check it out. Park the cruiser at the beginning of the road and started walking towards the truck. Hey, I know this truck, it's Travis. Peer into the truck windows and see a wallet on the dash, sunglasses and a sweatshirt. Look out into the woods and shout for Travis. Hello? Travis, you out there, bud? Nothing. I knew I should have looked into it more, but my shift was almost over. When I eventually returned to the area, the truck was still there. Nothing changed. Checked out the woods and found a set of car keys hanging from a tree branch. Still no sign of Travis or Caleb. Fuck, I hope he didn't kill the kid and then kill himself. Heard nothing from either family for weeks. Nothing happened. Until by pure luck or chance, I have no idea how we could get so lucky. We got a call about a domestic dispute. It was one of the neighbors in the little community outside town. The woman was frantic and was exclaiming that she had killed her. Show up and a woman had beat her husband to near death with a baseball bat. He was definitely knocked out and bleeding badly, but wasn't dead. Never saw something so gruesome in my life. But what we found inside the house was absolute horror. The man who owned the house was a small business owner. I had knew him as the kind old man that ran an electric shop downtown area. When we calmed the woman down, she started shouting a hysterical fashion. I had no idea, I had no idea, I had no idea. Please believe me. Initially confused until I hear my partner call out to me. Holy fuck, Danny, get your ass in here, you're not gonna believe this. Rush over to where my partner was. Standing just in front of an open door that led down into a basement. He shined his flashlight illuminating the darkness. And there she was, Katie. Curled up in a little ball in the corner with two other kids. Another girl and another boy. Feel absolutely horrified by the discovery. We got them out of there as quickly as we could. They all looked malnourished and had visible welts and marks on their bodies. Jesus fucking Christ, Scott. This is horrible. After interviewing his wife, we discovered that they had just recently gotten married. And that she had no idea what he was doing since they also recently moved in together. He had hoped she would be his partner in crime, but soon mistaken after he showed her his torture chamber. That's when she panicked and attacked him, fearing that he would hurt her. When I asked what he had the children for, she responded, I have no idea. We never got an answer from Mr. Henry either since he died on arrival at the hospital. We told Katie's mom we found her after getting her out of the house. She was there in less than 5 minutes, completely awestruck that her daughter, who had been missing for over a month, was found. I had never seen someone cry tears of joy so hard. She had lost her daughter, then lost her husband. I could only imagine the relief she felt having her daughter in her arms again. She asked me about Travis and if we knew anything about him. I just shook my head. I couldn't even tell her that what we assumed he had done and what happened. I was distraught with the entire situation, but relieved it was finally over. I see Katie and her mom from time to time, mostly at the park while I'm patrolling. She remarried and seems very happy with her life. But I know none of us will ever recover from what happened. I haven't thought about that in years. Still makes me uneasy knowing that you never really truly know somebody. Travis and Caleb never turned up, and I think that's for the best.
Grew up in New Mexico, so I remember hearing about skinwalkers from an early age and finding some weird shit in the desert, but didn't believe it until I met another guy from NM while in the army. Wandering around mesas shooting rabbits, etc. Find coyote carcasses all the time. Ripped to fucking shreds like him, talking meat grinder status. Except head with eyes gouged out sitting on a rock. Not eaten, just ripped apart and decapitated. Figure meth heads. Few years later meet Navajo bro in the army. In a field telling stories. Never told anyone in the army my story. He says he used to find the exact same shit like 200 miles away from where I found them. Ilomau or skinwalkers? Or is there an animal from SW that does this to coyotes?
Be me, 2012. Sitting on the front porch with wife and son. Middle of nowhere, closest neighbor a mile away, and house is 350 yards back in the woods with a gated drive. Watching the lake and enjoying the summer night. We go inside. Hear a loud thump like something just slapped the house. Just a small walnut, they fall and hit the roof sometimes. Hear another thump followed by another. Louder than walnuts. Ginger wife getting spooked, son playing with his toys. Get up to go look outside. Get to the patio door and see shadow moving. Bricks shat.web. Grab back and open the door. Decide to operate and get down on the floor of porch. Look over the side and see a dinosaur. Shot at him and he walked off.
Be dreaming teenager. Dream I'm standing outside of this big fancy corporate skyscraper straight out New York or some shit. Butler comes out, opens the door and with a butler accent goes, "Right this way, sir." Get escorted through a lush lobby. All the colors in this building are like fancy gray marble and gold and a bunch of dark greens and shit. Ride the elevator in style up to the top floor. Butler bro opens up big ass wooden door, and motions me inside. It is a big bathroom, perfect lighting, perfect decor, dark gray marble walls and gold accents. The only thing in the room is an oversized urinal, one of those ones that go from the wall to the floor, and it is pretty big, but I'm still able to use it. Butler bro goes, "Enjoy your stay, sir," and closes the door. Undo my pants, and let go the most satisfying piss I have ever taken in my life. Wake up. God damn it, how am I gonna explain this to mom and dad? It's like my subconscious knew I was going to piss myself anyways, and it figured I might as well enjoy myself.
OC. For anyone that doesn't know, fired land is land intentionally set on fire to clean out the underbrush. Usually for quail hunting, but sometimes just to make it more accessible. Be sophomore in HS. Living in South Georgia. Just got driver's license. Fuck yeah. JPG. Greater than 10 p.m. one night decide to steal my dad's Jeep Wrangler and go wheelin'. Call up 9/10 junior girl and ask if she wants to go with me. We drive around the Colquitt County back roads looking for a trail to drive on. Beautiful early spring night, huge full moon. Find a trail at about 11. There's an open gate with a old no trespassing sign with bullet holes in it. Being a retarded teenager trying to impress a girl, I go in. Long trail winding between trees. Land hasn't been fired in a while, so the underbrush is super thick. Thick enough to be rubbing against the skid plate on a Jeep TJ with a 3-inch lift. Eventually we get to a clearing, trees are more sparse and underbrush is less thick. Land fired in the last 6 months. I guess I impressed her enough because she told me to stop and we climbed into the back. High school hormonies. GIF. Before anything gets too heavy we hear a gunshot in the distance. She's kinda unsettled, but I convince her that it's just some rednecks shooting in the dark. Before we get back at it we hear another one a lot closer this time and coming from a different direction. By now I'm kind of concerned, but I managed to calm her down enough and I'm not letting anything get in the way of boning a junior. Then there's a third. It's close enough to tell that it's a shotgun. We both flip a shit and climb back into the front half naked. Another shot this time. A slug slams into the bumper on the Jeep. Nope, the fuck out of there. Not even on a trail at this point, just flying between trees. No idea where we are. Still shots in the distance. Eventually find a service road running parallel to train tracks. Leads into a rail yard. Don't care that it's illegal to enter, we just want to get away from whoever is trying to kill us. Once we get into the yard we realize that I kind of know where I am. We wait a second just to get our wits about us and calm down a bit. Decide to leave before the security sees us. Too late. Rail yard security pickup truck rolls up and big black dude walks up with a flashlight. I can only imagine what he thought when he saw 2 half-naked teens in extreme shock. He asks what we're doing. I try to explain what happened, probably sounded retarded. He doesn't call the police and lets us leave. Drive junior girl back to her house. Get home to dad sitting on porch. He's furious, makes me pay for new bumper and takes my license away for a year. Junior girl hates me and never talks to me again. Never go wheelin' again on private land owned by rednecks.
Probably sucks ass, but oh well, not Greentext cause anyhow I'm probably have some kind of mental problem or some shit, or at least it's the only explanation I can come up with. But around 8 years old I developed cancer and my parents constantly left me alone in the room because they couldn't stand to see me that way, least what they said. And I was always left overnight on the top floor practically alone, since the hospital was in Free Native American hospital and they generally didn't keep a lot of patients overnight, and since I was alone I'd get up and walk the halls. They encouraged me to a lot, but every now and then I'd see the shadows out of the corner of my eyes like you hear most PPL say. But 7 months and the DRS came and told me they didn't think I'd make it. Not exactly like that, but pretty much. And I was scared shitless. I mean, my parents would ask me if I wanted any kind of toy, but fuck that, I'ma die. Pretty much when I started noticing vivid black shadow PPL wandering around. Thought it was one at first and maybe there was something to the Grim Reaper shit, so I'd get up and panic the fuck out until I passed out.
I used to have to walk home at night as a kid. One thing that always terrified me was the sticks of the dead trees all around, just the way they crackle and wave around in the breeze. Somehow, I invented this boogeyman called Stickfellow who I had nightmares about for months. He was basically lol fiddlesticks but looked more like a stickman than a scarecrow. Sort of like the Pick but gnarled. Anyway, the nightmare would begin with me stepping off the bus and beginning my long walk. After a few minutes the streetlights would dim and the road would become grown over and abandoned. The trees are all dead here. I have to keep walking because I have to get home. I know I'm trying to get home before something bad happens, but I'm not sure what. But this is when it begins to get worse. The breeze picks up and the trees rattle. Further down the road I can see branches falling and behind me the scratching of leaves blowing against the floor sound like scrabbling claws. Then as I'm turning my head from behind to front again I see him, Stickfellow, coming out of a hollow tree and unfolding. He moves like the stop-motion Terminator in the first movie. Really jittery and unnatural. He keeps walking towards me and as he goes more sticks bundle into him and he gets ganglier and longer until he's right upon me and clawing at me with his still-forming fingertips. I always wake at this point because it's too spooky, but goddamn. The rawness of this nightmare still makes it hard for me to walk in forests at night. INB4 Stickfellow as a bundle of sticks.
Alright, I got something pretty bizarre and pretty stupid, but it's the only paranormal thing that's ever happened to me. About like 10 years ago, was in middle school. I found a cool little LED keychain light, nothing out of the ordinary, it was just a little blue LED light, and I can't remember how I first discovered this for the life of me. If I asked a yes or no question and shined this light directly into my eye, I could receive the answer. If the spot it left in my eye was perfectly round, the answer was yes. If it was crooked or at all deformed, the answer was no. I blew my friends the fuck away with it. They'd ask personal questions about themselves I had no way of knowing and I could give them the right answer. I was a small stupid kid, so I don't think I asked it any important questions about life or existence, or if I did I don't remember them. One day, it went through the wash in my pants pocket, and just stopped working, and eventually I just ended up losing it somewhere. I really fucking wish I still had it so I could see if we weren't all just trippy balls in middle school, and it really did work, as weird a ritual it was. Oh well.
Okay cool, I got a few but I'll share the most vivid, one that sticks in my mind. Be an insomniac from ages 15-19. In my room in the dead of night. Finally closing my eyes. Thank the Lord. Woke up 10 minutes later. There's an old as fuck lady rocking back and forth on the edge of my bed. I gasp loudly, she twists her head all the way around to look at me. She repeats the same command: turn the taps on, turn the taps on, turn the taps on, turn the taps on. She doesn't stop. I faint. I wake back up, it's getting light. Bedroom doors open. Hear the rush of running water. Taps are on.
Weird UFO. Was out in the woods with some friends about to start a bonfire for a party we were throwing that night. Out of nowhere comes this loud humming sound. Honestly seemed like more a vibration than a sound. We start scrambling to put the fire out and get out of there as we were kids with liqueur at the time thinking, we're fucked if this is cops or state game. The vibrating sound starts getting way more intense. As we're bailing I look around and then up to see some bizarre shit. Hovering above the trees maybe 5 to 10 feet above the crowns was this thing. Could make out the exact shape of the craft. It was a little after dusk, but this was mostly due to being somewhat hypnotized by these 3 lava lamp-looking dome lights arranged triangularly on the bottom of the craft. They were lit up but didn't seem to cast light, or at least enough to light the trees up. The color was strange, seemed more like a strange thick liquid was inside them. A creamy beige-like color with highlights of green and purple. The craft was definitely no more than 30 to 40 feet across, made out an edge against the sky as I was looking up towards it. I want to say circular, but the whole thing took place in seconds. Looked up, WTF is that? Adrenaline-like time stop when seeing the thing directly into booking the fuck out of there.
Not exactly creepy but certainly unexplained. Last year on the morning of September 12th I woke before dawn and went outside to smoke. I noticed 2 bright stars that appeared to be planets. They were aligned north-south and about 90 degrees apart from my vantage point. They didn't fade as the sun rose. The southern one may have been Venus, but they were both moving west to east. I tracked them for hours until about 1 p.m. or so. I showed my family and they saw them. I texted friends and family and they all saw them. My cousin 1,000 miles away said he could see them. I took multiple pictures and tried to make reports on different sites and forums. Whatever they were, I saw 2 of them. They had to be incredibly high up, beyond Leo. And they were visible for hours in broad daylight. Bumping with a weird hallucination story. Used to live in an old house, built circa 1910, with a lot of history to it. One night I was drifting off to sleep early and suddenly had the urge to sit up while I was in a hypnagogic state. I saw a woman in antiquated clothing pass from the kitchen into my bedroom and past my bed, making eye contact with me as she walked. She was very slim and moderately pretty, like the woman in Pick related. This went on for about 2 or 3 seconds before she vanished from thin air. Probably the strangest thing I have ever witnessed. Looked a little bit like this, only with straighter hair, no jacket, and a more basic dress.
Be me, late shift. Driving home at 2 o'clock. Driving in a darker wooded area. It starts to rain heavily. I drive slower because it's dark and wet. Suddenly 100 meters in front of me. See a gigantic black shadow, taller than the trees, come out of the woods. It quickly walks with bow legs and flailing arms across the road. Disappears back into the woods again. Ears were ringing for about 15 minutes afterwards. Still don't know what I saw.
A door of light in the Pine Barrens 2019, when I was showing my kids and nephew where my great-granduncle used to live. It was 10 p.m. A girl stuck her head out, yelled in what sounded French, and it disappeared.
I've only had minor encounters. Lived across the street from a graveyard for about a year. Actually would see orbs 2 to 3 times a week in my apartment. Day or night in colors that were orange, green, or yellow. Never seen them anywhere else before or since. They didn't seem like they were haunting my place, but more like passing through. Also had an object dropped near me while urbexing in an abandoned basketball court gymnasium. I heard a little tink sound behind me and saw it was the red nozzle of a spray paint can that bounced straight up and down in place several times. I was in the middle of the court with no one around me and the ceiling was about 40 feet plus up. Not exactly the spookiest story, but still not sure where it dropped from or how an odd-shaped object like that bounced in place multiple times.
Haha, this 1000x. Be me. Be several years ago. Experienced several too spooky for me nope moments recently. Going hiking with crazy-ass ex-Rhodesian Celeste scout buddy and his crazy-ass black friend who was a combat instructor for the Rhodesian SAS. Crazy black guy brought along a character of sorts. He spoke in grunts and one-word sentences. Always had a Bowie infant gun on him. Was named George. Decide to see if they're manly. Here on the local web of too spooky for me guys, I know that there's been disappearances and reports of a strange man peering into people's tent campers. Tell them we're going hunting for two-legged game and they don't really care about the choice of words. One brings an SKS with a banana mag, one brings an honest to God juror 43, and the last brought a chopped down Ruger Model 77. I brought my possibly illegal tanker carbine M1 Garand. We go in Totty Woods and it gets dark. Familiar copra scent like ozone or fresh blood fills the air. The hairs go up and the white noise suddenly peaks and there is no animal movement in the trees. We decide to set up camp and leave in the morning. Campfire that was 4 feet high suddenly gets snuffed by animal carcass thrown from tree. Rhodesian brothers pull a madman while I tactically shoot the shadows and George says shit and runs off. We go back to back and restart fire. George comes back, looks like he got scratched up. He's acting strange, like he doesn't know how to use human things. Can't figure out how to open a can even though he had done so perfectly fine an hour before. Doesn't even talk, just grunts. Rhodesian brothers bust out a fat sack of grass and we get to rolling joints. Previously we all had smoked a joint and George said no, he quit and didn't want to get started. We offer some to George now and he takes a huge hit and starts fucking dying like a noob. Rhodesian brothers laugh their asses off. I'm starting to have my hood, spidey senses activate, start asking George about his knife and gun. George only ever talked about these things in sentences, never just grunts. George is confused as to where his knife is and how to unholster his gun. Rhodesian brothers start to notice shit is off. We go back to truck and I tell George to pack up. I tell Rhodesian brothers that we found our game and they nod their heads. I ask George why we called him George and he shrugs his shoulders. I tell him to put his hands up and to drop the act and he books it. Real George comes back in a bit saying how he lost his gun and knife after ambushing this hiker that wasn't a hiker. 10 miles down the road we kick George out and say that we don't like strange stories. He twitches like he has cerebral palsy and Sully's scout dude puts a .38 slug into both his knees. Just in case. That is why I sleep with the knife under my bed. Never knew if Georgie got pissed off or not.
Friends keep hyping up this old place they stayed out in the middle of rural Missouri. They were there because their house was being renovated. It had slave quarters in the basement. Place was not far from a Civil War battlefield. The two friends my age said they hear shit the first week and noped the fuck out and went to live with friends. Stories start about how they went back out and it gave an odd feeling. Tell them that they're faggots and that ghosts are not real, God is not real, it's just a house. They're convinced it's haunted so I suggest we go. Most of the friends nope the fuck out, but I get two to show me where it is. We drive an hour on a very warm summer night, no moon. Bringing flashlights we pull up and open the gate to the place. Approach the house, cattle in the field next to it. Hear a hissing noise, think it's a gas leak as we approach the front door. Look up at the columns on the porch and see black moving shit. Realize it's bees. Oh neat, back away and find the basement. Go inside, see the iron gates where they locked the slaves. Not creeped out because again, I don't believe in magical fairy tales.
Be me. Be 22. Be convinced there's no God, no afterlife, nothing beyond the realm we perceive. Meet girl. Actually cool, down-to-earth human. Start spending time at her apartment. Start sleeping at said apartment. Sex.jpg. Wake up one night powerless to move. Immediate and primal terrified feeling. Realize I'm not dreaming. 100% in her room. Look up. Entity floating above me. Black, formless creature with red eyes. Long tongue. Sharp teeth. It's jittering like a hologram. It's laughing at me. Internal scream.jpg. See substance floating from my chest to its mouth. Laughing continues. Oh fuck. Wake up. Know that what I've experienced is real. Do research. Find sleep paralysis. First image is exactly what I saw. Afiyaak.jpg. Now more spiritual. Be 3 years later. Been with the same girl. Shitstop.jpg. Move into new apartment together. Be apartment. Be built in 1875. Be built with wood supplied by extreme Christian sect who abhor sex. Amish.jpg. Have history of housing characters. Be characters. Re-alive in 1980s. Beat wife. Accidentally kill someone in DUI. Die alone filled with regret. Haunt premise forevermore. Be me again. Be 2016. Be laying in bed. Oh shit, I think I just heard the door close. You're just paranoid and on. Drop voice recorder in kitchen next night. Record all night. Lol, this will be fun. Lol, ghosts, am I right? Wake up next day. Analyze recording. Oh shit. Literally hours of fast footsteps and doors shaking and closing. Spooked beyond belief. Decide this isn't fun anymore. Be done. Be 2 months later. Have insane dream about same creature I saw years ago. It's in our new bedroom, hovering over my girlfriend. Can't move but trying to. Her psychic entity fights it off. Realize this thing is a huge pussy. Underestimate power. Wake up next morning. Did you move my necklace in the middle of the night, Anon? No, why? I can't find it. 10 minutes later. Girlfriend comes in crying. Necklace was in the washing machine. Broken in 3 pieces. It has her initials on it. Oh fuck. Be 2 days later. Come home for dinner. 3 mice dead in sink. That's normal. Freaked out, but where else can we go? Begin to make dinner. Cross now hangs above door. Cross falls off door by itself. Jesus.jpg. Call priest. He says he can come tomorrow, talks us down. Fast forward to after the blessing. Making dinner again. Beefsta.jpg. Be on porch eating. Door to bedroom slams shut by itself. Cross once again falls. Breaks this time. Nope. Pan from rack falls at same time. Somehow sleep. Buy crystals and sage next day. Do literally every religion and culture's method of getting rid of spirits. Silence sense.
At military school still. It was November, a time for good food instead of Kool-Aid. A somewhat normal school day. Then the officers went class to get certain kids. They got me and several other weird ones. The ones who they wanted to break. Brought us outside behind the compound. Had a piece of wood and an axe sticking in it. Oh, they're cutting wood. Not at all. They being a live chicken out from a cage. They held it down to the wooden block. They chopped its head off and held us to watch it. The chicken literally walked around for a good minute with no head. They started chopping it till it stopped moving. It finally died. Sent back to class. They shut it down now. This is in southern US.
Okay, /x/. I've been pre-typing this for a while, it's a long one. I'd if we were just high and were fighting bears. Tell me if this sounds like any supernatural shit you know. Y'all stories are boring as fuck too. Be me. Be hella good hunter, good with a rifle, decent with a bow. Prefer Mosin, but will go with anything. Dead of winter. Hear about this shack in the woods where I can chill before a hunt. Not going to give location because you guys spook me almost as much as the shit I saw. Decide yay, bring beer, hunting buddies. Hell yeah.jpg. Be chilling in cabin. 3 hunting buddies. 1 brought girlfriend. Folds of fat. I swear, we could fucking hunt her and have enough blubber to fuel the 747. Goddamn she fat though. Real bitch, too. Always complaining about the cold. Shouldn't have brought her. Be smoking weed outside of cabin with 1 hunting buddy, we will call him Jim. Jim is a cool motherfucker. This guy can get his hands on any fucking ammunition he wants. This guy brought 45s. We have a range of cans set up so we can practice. Jim can fucking shoot the pull rings off them. Jim is fucking amazing. We chilling, and up comes Meat Sack. Other 2 guys are off hunting north of the cabin. Bitch's jowls slapped together as she moans some complaint about how cold it is. If we took 1/10 of the grease she excretes and made a fire with it, we could burn the entire forest down. She waddles inside. It isn't even funny how fucking fat she is. Jim is fucking with a knife he bought, packing snowballs and cutting little gills into them, making tiny fat snowfish. I'm hungry as fuck, so I go to make some beans. I open the cupboard. Fucking empty. The fat bitch cleared us out. We haven't shot any meat yet, so that isn't an option. We need to go to town to get more food. Or we eat flaps over here. I yell to Jim that we need more food. Jim and I agree that we should stay and that boyfriend and meat mistress should get food. Don't worry, the story gets spooky soon, just let me have some fun. Other buddy is cool, we will call him Dave. Dave and boyfriend come across the crest of the hill and come down towards us. We explain the food situation, Dave fucking keks and they decide that Dave should stay with us at the cabin. Yo also anon. There's like 3 bears over the hill, we didn't get a good look at them, but I would hold off on hunting anything other than cans. We have 45mm ammo, motherfucker. Bears can suck my dick. Pork Princess and her wheelbarrow operator head down the mountain to go get food. This is when we get fucked. We can't hunt, so we have to resort to emergency rations. We have emergency rations in a crate behind the cabin, but we need to ration them. We head around the cabin and open the crate. Fucking nothing. The bitch ate our emergency rations. Fuck dude, this is where shit goes down. The last bit was just fucking around. Shit gets worse. Blizzard hits hard, and the road up the mountain closes before beef bitch and her lackey get back. Shit piss and fuck. Now we really need to hunt. Dave protests, talking about bears and shit. It's fucking winter, Dave. Bears hibernate in winter. Dave swears he saw bears. Jim and I leave him and head to the top of the hill. Everything is crisp and white. Fuckeyes.jpg. I'm packing a Mosin M91/30 poo. Jim is testing out some Chinese marksman. We sit and wait, watching the tree line for movement. Fuckeyes.mp3. See something along western side. Hedge line. Looks large. Meat.gif. Get Jim to take first shot, his scope is better. Extremely loud. Go deaf. Recoil was insane. Jim is in shock. Look through scope, no movement. Wait, what's that? See hair and pink skin. Oh shit. Bat. We shot a person. Fuck me. Keep looking. Holy fucking shit. This massive fucking jumble of flesh comes rocketing out of the bush, heading east. I can barely keep track of it. It looks like a weird pink blur. The thing pivots and is now rocketing towards us. I load my Mosin as fast as I can, my hands are really fucking cold. Thighs show id.x. Jim readies rifle. Thing trips and topples, losing momentum. The thing quivers and shakes like jello. Now that it's still, we can see that it's this giant, flesh-colored mess of human bits. Like it has limbs for hair. But it also has hair. At this point, the thing is still pretty far away. Also, pretty sure that this is a fetish for someone. It starts to get up. Nope so much nope.dll. We bolt the fuck back to the cabin with this thing in the distance. The thing starts howling, really fucking loud. We can still hear it when we get to the cabin. What the fuck is going on anon? Dave, you ignorant fool. We barricade the door and fast for 2 days before boyfriend and his ham hooker come back. Jim and I haven't told anyone what we saw. Haven't even talked to each other. We also got really fucking mad at boyfriend and his fucking beef baby. So, sound like anything you guys have heard, or were we just stoned out of our minds and can't remember?
This sounds like a bad horror movie cliche, but it happened. I was about 16 and my parents were out cooking on the grill. I was sitting in the living room on my phone, when I noticed my dog and cat were acting really weird and running around like something had freaked them out. Our living room is connected to the kitchen by 2 open doorways, and the animals would keep running back and forth between the 2 doorways but never actually go in the kitchen. I ignored it, until I heard someone whistling from the kitchen. It sounded like row 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 your boat, only slower and like, raspy or something. It's hard to explain exactly. I had just assumed that it was one of my parents, but when I asked them later they said they had been outside for the last hour. Still can't explain. Any ideas, /x/? It just seems like a stupid thing for a ghost to do. Nothing's ever happened since.
B 2006 spring. Be playing Oblivion. New game. Trying to do the tutorial dungeon in the sneakiest way possible. Trigger a trap that kill the goblin. Proceed to a dark and narrow tunnel. A huge cave hall is next with the goblin shaman and the rot pit. Sneak to the opening. The eye thing indicates I'm perfectly hidden. Begin looking for the other goblins to prepare for stealth takedowns. Good, I'm still hidden. Suddenly a screeching goblin out of nowhere jumps into my face. Dropped the mouse and pushed the keyboard. Almost fell off the chair. Heavy breathing. Mini heart attack. Pause the game at half HP. Imagine Pike related in the darkness of that cave.
Be me. Be 16 yo. Exam week, so there are like 20 books on my table. I push the books to the middle of the table, don't want them falling off. Brush my teeth, and when I come back they were all around the table again. WTF. Push them to the middle of the table again. It's like impossible for them to fall. Go sleep. Sleep until 4 AM. Wake up with the sound of falling books. Shout, what the fuck is happening, holy shit, I don't wanna die. Turn the lights on in panic. All my books are on the ground. Seriously, all. I'm scared like shit, can't sleep. Never happened again. WTF is their problem, I was trying to sleep.
Here's a personal story of mine. Be about 14. Been in scouts for a couple years. Troop goes camping one weekend. 2 people to a tent. Get paired up with a first or second year kid named Richard, probably 2 years younger than me. Been talking to him, had become friends with him recently. Get there, do regular shit for a few hours. Everyone retires to their tents. Chilling in tent with Richard. I have to get up and piss. Get out of tent and walk to the tree line. Start pissing. Look up. Notice a strange, organic-looking object hanging in the trees a few feet above where I'm pissing. Eyes start getting used to the darkness. It's a half of a deer. Head still intact, neck was connected to an intact leg by a large piece of skin. Nothing else of the deer was there. Metallic smell makes me gag a little. Thought nothing of it. Assumed that a hunter had killed the deer, skinned it, took what meat that it could or some shit. Thought metallic smell was the deer carcass. Head back to tent. Richard and I start to get to sleep. Hear what sounds like strange jittery laughter coming from outside. Richard asks what the hell I'm doing. That's not me. Probably another that kid went up to go piss too. Why is he making that sound then? I don't know, maybe he's cold and shivering or something. Fine. A little time passes, side of tent starts rustling. Anon, stop. I'm trying to sleep. That's not me, bro. Shut up. Yes it is, I'm not stupid. Tent rustles some more. Richard sits up. Anon, stow. Richard stops talking mid-sentence. Sort of alarmed me a little bit. I sat up too, both to confront Richard and to see what he was so alarmed about. The tents had small mesh windows that you could look out of. Richard staring intently at it, white as bone. Figure standing on the other side of mesh window. Looked humanoid, but was really crooked. Notice it, S face. What fuck, its face looks like mine would, if I got hit by a truck, it looked like a bad imitation of my face. Creepy ass voice from figure. Shut up rich no me. Nope. Figure stands there repeating itself for about an hour. It half walks, half shambles away. No sleep that night. Richard quits scouting. 2 or 3 years later. Stayed in touch with Richard. I start reading about all of this Goatman shit on. Remember what happened on that scouting trip? Ask Richard about it one night. Hey Richard. You ever heard about something called a Goatman? Anon, shut the fuck up. Don't bring that up, ever again. Okay. Never speak of it again.
Be 14. In Ohio on vacation. Aunt, uncle, 3 cousins. Oldest cousin and I hide bottle rockets in woods behind house. Sneak out. Dark as fuck. Fireflies etc. Go in the woods to retrieve fireworks. Get fireworks in hand. Aloft sudden .jpg. Bushes. Crackling of branches, sounds like a fucking T-Rex is stomping around in snow boots out there. Run like bitches, screaming like bitches all the way into house. Look at Ecoter wide-eyed. Never go in woods again. MFW on the news, they say lion escaped from zoo 4 miles away. MFW, it wasn't a lion. MFW, I don't know what in the world was stomping around out there to this day.
Live in western Montana. Live in the quarter-mile stretch between highway and river. Go out on night walks relatively often. Go out tonight. Walking down by river. Cloud cover, moon only showing sometimes. Basically walking blinding, moon only comes out every so often. Hear something across river in brush, probably a deer. Hear the sound of metal sliding along metal from same area. Relatively spooked. Stop walking. Shoulder my M1 carbine that I carry in case of moose and shit. Moon comes out. See what looks like broken and dead tree a bit into the river. Barely even notice it. Moon goes away. Most deafening silence ever. Moon comes out again. What I thought was a tree is now gone. Hear rustling a little ways ahead. Fire off 6 shots and run the opposite direction. Run in back door. Lock doors, windows. Turn on floodlight. Grab AK and machete. Cook a steak. Post on /x/.
My story is shitty and boring compared to y'all, but circa 2009. On family PC, which is located in living room. Also right next to the front windows. All nighter with all in summer vacation. Everything is quiet. Suddenly. Motherfucking hoot. So loud it vibrates the windows. Startles the shit out of me. Look out the window, see large shadow over street light. I suspected it was a local cryptid called Lechusa. I live in San Antonio, Texas, where everyone has heard of it. More so if you're brown.
B10. Sitting on back deck with my grandma. It's getting to be dusk. Spot 3 or 4 deer in the field behind our house. Grandma, look. As soon as she says, "Oh, aren't they dash?" Huge black shape pounces out of grass and rips up the buck. Grandma says it's probably a coyote or something. Ushers me inside. As we shut the screen door, horrible wailing. Sounds like drawn out dolphin sounds, but like at a lower pitch. Grandma locks the doors. Never speaks to me about it when I brought it up. There was always some shit going down at my grandmother's house.
BAMP. I've lived in woods for the past 10 years. I can post some of my experiences if anybody is still lurking. Live in Nova Scotia, Canada. Moving woods when I was about 9, great farm area. Chickens, pheasants, goats, dog, cat. Moved an hour away from my friends, pumped when I can have a sleepover. Party.jpg. 3 friends over, plus one's brother. Father gets called to work, mother has to drive him to the airport 4 hours away. Friend's brother is 15, old enough to watch us. About 10 at night, watching movies, playing hide and seek, kid stuff. Hiding under my bed, TE. Movement from my door, pitch black so I can't see a thing. Anon? Friend, let's call him Ben, called. It wasn't it, so I told him I was under my bed. He crawls under with me. Anon, your neighbor is outside looking in the window. Was a little creeped out, but hold up. Nig, I live an hour away from civilization. Shitbrikes.png. Crawl out from under my bed and look out my bedroom window, 2nd floor with a clear view of my driveway. No cars, no people that I could see. Go back in hiding, tell Ben that he's crazy. Really, Anon. I saw somebody. Continues playing, game ends later into the night, no boogeyman, midnight, watching scary movies because we could. Ben's older brother, we'll call him Steven, is sitting with me in a chair. Scratching at the window next to us, but it was windy so we assumed it was a tree branch. Slam. 4 kids and 1 teenager simultaneously shit bricks. Open curtain. Large humanish creature be lurking several feet away. 911, please hold. Creature be patrolling for another few minutes before it goes into the woods. 45 minutes later, lazy ass pigs show up. Tell the police what happened. They looked for footprints and evidence of something. Nothing, JPG. Mother shows up about an hour into the investigation. Everything seems normal. Pigs leave. Gets yelled at by mother for calling the coppers. Father's weed plants growing out back. Never allowed to have another sleepover, maybe a year or so later, either way still a snot-nosed little fuck. Time to go feed the goat, the thing was such a bro. Noticed something smelled weird, like the inside of a rotten ass. Fuckner? Opened the barn door and the goat came out as usual. Stuck head in the barn, nothing there. Went to put the goat in his pen, stench of 1,000 dead babies filled my nostrils. The hell were you into, goat? Left him to his business, couldn't take his stink. Went about day as usual, nothing interesting happened. Go to his pen a while later, goat is dead. Stomach ripped out, insides all over the ground, flies in his eyes. Shit son. Didn't know how to react, was caught between wanting to cry and vomit. Told father, he came to investigate. Chunks of the goat were now missing. Father shits bricks, dug a hole, stuck him in and was never spoken about again. I forget a lot of details due to this being so long ago, so this was very short and vague. There's no way it could have been a coyote, the slit through his stomach was too straight. Inbred, redneck, forest dweller seems to be the best culprit. 3 years ago, home alone as I'm a big kid now. Playing Minecraft, dead to the world outside. Here's shit going on outside. Whatever, I live in buttfuck nowhere, I'm used to wild animals lurking in my yard. Thud. Against the wall. Fuck was this? Fuck was that? At least I'm safe inside my mind.jpg. Continue playing Minecraft. Black Lab sitting in the chair with me becomes alert then farts, he'll protect me from the evils outside. Thud. 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 Something sounded like it was being whipped against the side of the house. My cat was outside. Run to the door and scoop him up from outside, bringing him into the safe haven of my home. Couple more thuds periodically over a couple hours, then stops. Get up in the morning to go to school. Chicken with its neck broken laying next to the side of the house, blood smears on the paint. Guess I know what'll be for supper.
Lives near woods in Iowa. Decides good day for going out and taking a walk. Trail ends after about a mile. Decides to see how long I can keep going off-road. Keeps going even after around waist deep in brush and shit. Around 2 miles in I see a overgrown stone hole in the ground. Like a square swimming pool almost. See stairs leading down. Overgrown as fuck, literally struggling to get down. Gets down and sees a old bed, random furniture and women's shoes. Little girls' shoes as well. Eerie tools laying about, along with a couch and magazines. Notice old paint thinners and compressed hair. I freak out and get the hell out of there. Wonder how it got there and what it was used for.
In East TN. Live way up in the mountains. Lots of back roads. Get off work about 2 a.m. Me and friend decide to go driving down the back roads. Follow roads for about 2 hours. See a little church at the end of the road, reminder this is the middle of nowhere in the mountains. One light is on in the basement area. We pull up in the dirt driveway of the church, turn off the truck to piss and stretch. After a few minutes basement light goes off in church. We hear movement inside. 4 people come running outside the church towards us. Screaming at the top of their lungs. We hop in his truck, he throws it in 4-wheel drive, get the fuck out of there. I've got a few more if anyone is lurking. I'll go ahead and dump a few more. Be me in East TN. Decide to go for a drive about midnight, been a stressful day and need to clear my head. Follow the same roads I always do but end up taking a wrong turn. Don't know the area but I figure what the hell I have my GPS if I get lost I'll see where this goes. Follow this road for about an hour, no houses in sight only the river on my left and the woods on my right. See a little place to pull off at. Decide to stop and turn on the GPS. Sitting in my car fiddling with GPS, see something out of the corner of my eye outside. Turn and look and I see the leaves moving like something was just there. I nope out of there. Decide to go explore in daylight. Retrace my steps, get to the stop off. See a little footpath that leads into the woods, follow it. Bloody mattresses are strewn all throughout the side of the path. Get to a clearing in front of cave. Bird bath covered in dried blood in the clearing. Look into cave, see nothing but darkness. But I hear a sound like feet scrambling on the cave floor and a mix between a groan and a growl. Get the fuck out of there.
This is back in '94. Driving to Portland from Missoula MT. Greater than 69 VW van. Both doors need to be opened from the outside. Driving along a dark as road heading towards Idaho. Next town 5 miles. See a girl kinda of stumbling along. Offer her a ride thinking she's drunk. Doesn't answer when I ask if she's okay. She opens the door and slides in the seat, no noise. About 5 feet 10 inches white with dark, black, hair. I talk to her the whole way towards town. No answers to any of my questions. Just keeps looking down. Hit town, ask where I should drop her off. No answer. Get kinda mad. Hitting the end of town. Stop my van and tell her she's getting out. She sat up, turned her head and looked right at me. Her eyes were almost black, lifeless, and hostile. In a whisper that still drowns everything else out, "My name's Bill, do you wanna die?" I shit my pants and reached for her door. She fumbled for her purse. Opened the door and used my right foot to kick her out. Got to put it in first and stall out. Turn on the van and all I see off to my right is her about 30 feet in front of me. She has something black and square in her hands. I hear a mental clicking almost like a shutter on a camera. I stomped it and drove right past her. She screamed at me as I drove past in the most horrid high-pitched screech I've ever heard. Got to Portland the next day and told my wife at the time. She didn't believe me.
Walking past one of my college classroom buildings on the way back to my dorm at night. There is a pair of vending machines right next to the main door, and I'm thirsty as hell, so I tug on the handle, expecting it not to budge. It's about 4 hours after the building closes. It opens. I walk in and get my drink. Hear music coming from the second floor. It sounds a bit familiar, but too muffled to recognize. Decide to head up. Song ends as soon as I reach the top of the stairs, starting a new one. It's Mr. Bad Guy by Freddie Mercury. Notice a shadow moving down the hall as it begins. Let's go chasing rainbows in the sky. A figure emerges from the dark end of the corridor, moving unnaturally. It's my invitation. A short old woman with blue-gray hair wearing an old Walkman sort of device does some sort of marching aerobics routine with a small purple dumbbell in each hand. I'm Mr. Bad Guy. I look into her beady, black eyes and see nothing. She looks like she has something to prove. I feel something shoot down my spine and my heart rate surges. I've never had my fight or flight mechanism triggered like this before. I'm Mr. Bad Guy, they're all afraid of me. I bolt right and down an adjacent hall, fleeing down a parallel set of stairs back to the first floor. Running back to the exit, the music echoing from near the first staircase has gotten louder. I run outside and don't stop until the building is out of my line of sight. Gasping, I realize how ridiculous the whole thing was. I have not yet known a greater fear than that night, and not for a lack of trying.
B20. Living with my GF and 2-year-old daughter. GF goes to bed around 11 p.m. one night. I stay up and hit the PlayStation. Few hours later, sees something move out of the corner of my eye. Looks up to see a girl aged around 7 skip into my bathroom and close the door behind her. She's wearing a white party dress with a black stripe around the skirt. She has long brown curly hair and is barefoot. Her footsteps thumped as she skipped into the bathroom, and her dress clicked against the wooden door as it brushed past. Assumes it's just my daughter getting up for the toilet, so waits a while. Few minutes later, she still hasn't come out from the bathroom. Gets up and walks to bathroom door to check she's okay. Knocks. "Hey, you okay in there, darling?" No reply. Knocks again, and opens the door slightly. Peeks inside. Nobody there. Goes into daughter's room. She's fast asleep wearing nothing but vest and shorts. Checks the house for intruders. Checks all doors and windows. Literally nothing there. Never tells my GF about what I saw. For years I convinced myself it was just a hallucination brought on by tiredness, but I know for a fact that the door closed behind her. The bathroom light was the only light on in the house, so when it closed it made the rest of the house dark. Pic-related is what the girl looked like.
I'll bump with a story copied from another forum. F.A. Laholic number 16051. Old post October 14, 2006 1809 post number 41. Back in the winter of 2001 my youngest son and I were on our way from Boise, Idaho to Medford, Oregon. We had taken a car trailer to his old place in Boise in order to haul his non-running Jeep to his new place in Medford. We hit an area of heavy snow in the southern Cascades around 2:00 a.m. It took 45 minutes or so to get down the mountain. We had, of course, been drinking coffee to stay alert. About 25 miles west off the pass it became obvious that the last few quarts of coffee had drained. We stopped at a wide spot in the road near a summer tourist tent, deserted in winter. There is a gas station and ice cream joint on the west side of the road, closed this time of year, and no town or settlement within 30 miles. This is tall timber country, and unsettled. Across the road is a small parking area for the ice cream joint. It is paved and about 200 feet wide and 80 feet deep. I pulled an end as I stepped out with .45 on hip. It occurred to me in a flash that grabbing the 590 Mossy would be good. As we walked to the far end of the area to be well off the road, the hair on my arms and the back of my neck stood on end. The area directly to our front was open with a depth of 50 yards and a width of 100 yards. The night was clear and cold, 8–10 inches of snow on the ground, and with a moon almost full, so we could see quite well. While standing and taking a leak, with sun about 15 feet to my right I saw, as if springing from the earth in front of us across the open area 10 or 12 creatures moving rapidly back and forth in sort of a thatch weave pattern. These things, not human men, were close to 7 feet tall, thin, bipedal with long arms, medium-length gray fur, and damned fast on their feet. I brought the shotgun up and slid the safety off, as Son was drawing his .45. I don't know if I can adequately explain the overwhelming feeling of menace, but here goes. I had been operating on pure instinct since I had stepped from the pickup. The rotten feeling hit me a split second before the things arrived. The feeling? Instinct? Was that we were prey, and subject to a very bad death, and to be slaughtered and eaten, not a logical process, gut feeling and massively overwhelming. As they were moving about in front of us, more appeared and mixed among them, all through while running about fast in front of us. Son and I were backing toward the truck. I would not present my back to them, and some of them peeled off right and left in an encirclement movement. They were rolling in fast from the sides now. I could smell and feel their presence. We got the truck loaded on adrenaline and ready to kill, as we both knew we're in grave danger. We piled into the truck, locked doors. I had keys out and ready. As my butt neared the seat, I had the engine lit entrance. In gear and gas pedal mashed in one motion. Adrenaline is great stuff. As we fled, something very close by let out a ululating scream of rage and pain. I believe one or more of the group had gotten really close to us in their pursuit and I ran over the foot of one of them. Yeah, they were that close. We rolled onto the highway and I told Sin to watch the bed of the pickup as well as the trailer. He already was indexed to the rear with the shotgun. We hauled ass for at least 20 miles before the feeling of grave danger started to abate. The feeling that nailed both of us, as we discussed soon afterward, was one of being prey, and soon to be slaughtered and eaten. I am not easily led, and neither believe or disbelieve all the Bigfoot, ghost and werewolf stuff, In fact, I am skeptical. Son was speaking with a co-worker about 6 months later who had grown up in Prospect, Oregon, about 30 miles south of Union Creek where the incident took place. He asked Jake if he had ever heard of any strange goings-on in the area. Jake went ashy white and pretty much retold the above tale. He says to avoid the place at night. A family friend, a 25 years retired cop not given to flights of fancy and an excellent observer, had a tale very similar from a year before. I told my wife of this event. Of course, she looked at me at the beginning as though I had developed a third eyeball in the center of my forehead. That was from shock. She did believe me, but did not wish to hear any details. She said the tale gave her chills. Me too. As I write this, hair on back of neck and forearms is sticking up. I have not gone back to explore, and would not without a large group of shotgun and flamethrower-equipped men with me. Son and I are both sane, sober persons, and not taken to hysteria. We were very wide awake as things transpired. We saw and smelled what waste there. As a sidebar, neither of us heard footfalls from the creatures. They were silent until I heard one as we were getting the hell out of there. To my knowledge, and I have researched, there is nothing that matches these creatures, unless one considers old legends and folk tales of war creatures. To conclude, I have to fall back on Elmer Keith's famous line, "Hell, I was there." Best regards, Mike M.
I once saw a full apparition of a ghost girl standing at the end of my bed when I was listening to some Hemisync Focus 12 tape. I sensed something in the room, so I opened my eyes and she startled me so bad that I sat up and my headphones flung my phone off my bed. Something kicked into me and I repeated no, no, to myself a few times before she vanished like a wavy heat hallucination from the movies. She stood there smirking at me for 20-30 seconds total, looked like a typical pale, black-haired ghost girl you'd see in the movies. I think she was even wearing a white gown. I figure it was just another hypnagogic, hypnopompic hallucination, but it startled me pretty good at the time.
I don't have many these, but I have this one stuck into my head. I was around 13 years old when that happened. I was staying late up night doing whatever on the computer when I suddenly heard my dad poking his finger at the door. My door was made out of really cheap wood and plexiglass, so just poking at it was sufficient enough to make a loud sound. I instantly moved my head to watch the door, expecting him to come in and yell at me for playing and shit at night, but I couldn't help but notice that the poking is not aggressive in any way, very slow and with little to none force. Then, I gave a closer look to what's behind the door. The plexiglass had some kind of texture, so the view wasn't clear, but it was visible enough to see someone's silhouette. The problem was that there was no silhouette at all, but just a finger. It poked at the door 3 times and disappeared. Dad wasn't even home that day.
I have 2 brief ones. But I think they're related to something spooky in our family. Be my grandmother. From England. Living in a small house in the country, some place called Sandy. She's outside playing one day when she looks out into the field and sees a tall figure. It's walking briskly out in the open. It's white, but just barely translucent, sunlight was making it glow. Has no arms at all, just some short legs and a very long torso. Almost as tall as the trees. Grandma watches it until it turns to look at her. It instantly disappears. She told this story often when my mom was growing up. Maintained to the day she died that it was 100% true. I heard her tell it a few times and she seemed genuine, for whatever that's worth. Also, Grandma's making breakfast one day. Turns around to get something. There's a black shadow of a man standing there. Grandma shrugs and keeps making breakfast. She used to see these shadow people all the time apparently. She said they never seemed evil and they never scared her. She just got the sense that they wanted to watch whatever she was doing. Mom used to see them too. Anyway, here are mine. Reading on my laptop one night. In the living room, sitting next to a big sofa. Very dimly lit, all lights were off except the one in the kitchen. Hear movement, like someone's adjusting themselves on the sofa. Look over and see the outline of a person sitting there. She disappears. I say she because it felt like a woman. Can't explain that, but whatever. Last one. Driving home after taking a walk out in this beautiful forest near my house. Small road. Serene. Suddenly hit by this powerful smell. Not bad, just really strong. Glance in my rear view. There's someone in my back seat. Only see them for an instant because I hit the brakes and hop out of the car. There's nobody there. Normally I'm not quick to panic, but whoever I saw looked fucked up. Like they were covered in oil. There's other stories, but I'm going to bed.
I used to live a few miles out into the countryside. 2 or 3 miles away from the nearest business, so nothing but fields and a patch of trees, save for a small stretch of interstate a few miles out. Since there wasn't much to do, I'd sometimes walk down the field roads for exercise and to look for arrowheads. One day I'm out on one of my walks and I'm about a mile from my house, when I look at the dirt road and see a kid's footprint impression. I'm guessing a 5 to 8 year old child based on the size of it, but it was clearly a human child's foot impression in the dirt, as you could make out the toes and shape quite well. The ground is completely dry, and it's just one footprint, can't remember if it was left or right, with no other footprints or tire tracks on the road leading up to it or away from it. Not sure how it got there and can't think of an explanation. I know that's an uneventful story, but it's true, and not to sound cliche, but I took a picture of it at the time with my BlackBerry Storm. This was 08/09, but don't have it anymore. The touch screen on it was such shit that I pulled that scene from Office Space and smashed the shit out of it because I was, and still am, an aggressive retard.
I grew up in the sticks, no real cities or even decent towns anywhere close, so the local pastime for teenagers was just to get out and ride around looking for trouble, mudding in trucks, etc. One night, me, my best friend, and our dates were out in his truck riding trails and stuff. We were up in an area he'd heard about that supposedly had an old abandoned mining camp, like a little ghost town out in the middle of the woods. We found it. It was creepy and cool as hell, a few little ramshackle houses, a couple of smallish buildings, and what looked like it must have been an old general store. Now I can stress this part enough, this shit looked old by American standards, like it might have all been built back in the 1800s. The construction was all wood and stone, like those walls you see made of random-sized rocks. Most of it was all overgrown and falling in, but we got out and fucked around to see if we could find anything cool. My buddy's date was scared as shit, and within minutes of us starting to explore, she was wanting to leave. She kept saying that she felt like we shouldn't be there, that something wanted us to leave, but he ended up marrying this girl, BTW, and I can now vouch that she's legit psychic. But we being red-blooded teenage boys just poked fun at her for being scared. Then the howling started. We have coyotes, and what we heard at first sounded like them yipping at the moon, but it was a lot of them, and it sounded pretty close. Both of us had guns because you don't fuck off in the woods without them, and my buddy fired off a round to try to scatter them and to make the girls feel less scared. All the yipping stopped, but then, way closer to us, we heard this deep ground trembling growl, so loud and so deep you could feel it in your own chest. And then it howled, all deep and throaty and musical, exactly like you'd expect to hear from a wolf, only there was this quality to it that made me think of a human voice. We were all good and creeped out by that point, so we get back in the truck to leave. On our way back out, we noticed something we'd missed on our way in. Off on our left back in the trees is an old graveyard, so old that the forest has basically reclaimed it, just crude gravestones sticking up amongst the undergrowth. My date shot her hand up to point at something, so carelessly scared she actually smacked me in the head in the act of just pointing. Look at that dog. I saw it then. Some of the tombstones had to be around 3 feet tall, especially the stone cross this thing was behind, but it was head and shoulders above it. It was so big that I thought it was a bear for a second, but I was pretty sure it had a tail. Then it did something that made me again think it was a bear for a second. It stood up. It was huge, easily 7 feet, I'd say. This all took place in the course of seconds. The truck's lights weren't directly on it, and no way in hell was I rolling down the window to try to spotlight it, but then it did something no bear really even can do. It came running and leaping toward the trail. I tell my buddy to go, and then we're hauling all the ass you can haul down a washed-out dirt trail in the woods. This thing's faster than us. We can get up to around 30 miles per hour at little stretches, but it's keeping pace. It's always behind us, just close enough that we can sort of make it out in the dim, red glow of the taillights. It's like it will get close enough to be seen, then just stop and stand there. This goes on for about 10 minutes of pure terror, then it's just gone. When we finally got back to my buddy's house, I mentioned that as scary as it all was, it didn't seem like it wanted to hurt us, just scare us off. That's when my buddy's girl said this. Remember when I said something wanted us to leave?
Be small child. Live in old house my grandma bought when my grandpa was alive. It's a nice building but it has windows fucking everywhere. Be playing outside once. See lady in a reflection on one of the windows. She smiles. I smile. Keep playing. I always used to see her when I was little. Always the same window, always the same lady. I stopped seeing her when I grew up and almost forgot about it, but this house has always been half haunted at least.
Be teenager. Woke up one night. Hear strange noises coming from the kitchen. Think nothing of it and go pee. Thirsty, so go to the kitchen and grab a glass of water. Take the water jar. Drink the water, so about to go back to sleep, I noticed I forgot to put the jar inside the fridge, so go back to put it inside. See how the jar slowly fucking moves till the edge of the table and then falls to the floor. MFW. Never wake up late at night to grab a glass of water on this house again. Be teenager again. Playing with Nintendo DS on my bed. My bedroom has a huge plasma TV on one of the walls. Suddenly DS shuts itself and I think weird it still had batteries. Think nothing of it. Have to go grab the charger that I keep under the TV table. When I look at the TV, see huge fucking shadow person besides my bed in the reflection. The thing is black, tall and crouched at my side, like if it were watching me. Shit myself. Stay still like a rock and scream for my brother to come. He enters the bedroom preoccupied and asks what happened. Shadow disappears. Can't see it on the TV anymore. Tell him what happened and stick to him till the end of the day. He told me he used to see from time to time something like that, but he assumed they were dream. In my family almost everyone has constant sleep paralysis, so we make nothing of these things, but holy hell, I was scared.
I got a somewhat weird story, but I'm a shit storyteller and it's not really spooky. Basically, my father had a shack out in fucking nowhere where me and him always stayed for the weekends. The shack was located in kind of a valley surrounded by a huge forest. There were a few other houses, a few farmers with cows and sheep, and a hunter that normally showed up every month or so. Anyways, me and my father were often taking walks through the woods, where we found lots of cool shit, nothing really scary though. One weekend one of the farmers told us that a few of his sheep were missing somehow, and if we could look out for them if we were taking a walk. Somewhat long story short, the next day my father and I found the sheep completely ripped apart around a few big rocks a little into the forest, with their innards strewn about everywhere. After we told the farmer, he got the hunter to look what the fuck killed the sheep, cause in our country there's no bears and wolves, so it only could have been a huge dog or something. After we showed the hunter the carcasses, he just looked surprised and said he had no idea what the fuck killed them, but whatever it was, it had to have enough strength to rip them in half. I still don't know if there was more to this or not, cause my father sold the shack a few weeks after that cause he needed the money, and the last time we went up there we just grabbed our shit and left. The only other weird thing that I remember about that place was that the farmers used to have a shitton of cats that strolled around the first time we came to the shack about half a year before the dead sheep shit, and a few weeks before the sheep disappeared all the cats started vanishing one after the other, and the last time we visited there wasn't a single fucking cat left. I know it's anticlimactic, not really spooky and probably just boring and confusing, but as boring as this story may be, at least it's true for what that's worth.
Be me. Greater than 6 years ago, I was 12. Walking around house at 2 a.m. It was summer so I didn't have a bedtime. Fuck yet. Decide to make cereal. Start pouring cereal in bowl. www.gunfire.jpg. Hear voice behind me. Be quiet, don't wake mom. Quickly turn. In the living room there's a tall woman-looking creature. Nobody lives here except me and my mom. It disappears after a second. I tell my mom the next morning. That's the day I learned I was schizophrenic. Spooked the shit out of me.
Evelyn Consula Roseman. October 19, 1968. 24 years old. Yosemite National Park. Her body was found by hikers at the base of Nevada Falls, having been launched over the falls and landed on a rock in the stream below. She was solo hiking. She had a pair of badly torn, corduroy pants that were pulled down near her ankles. Her sweater had been pulled up overhead. Another of Evelyn's sweaters was lying on a rock near her feet. Investigators determined that Evelyn had either fallen or been thrown off the top of Nevada Falls, a height 594 feet. Law enforcement officials also believe her body was assaulted after the fall. In October, the creek leading to the fall is at its lowest and weakest. Even if Evelyn had somehow fallen into it, she wouldn't have been swept away. She had, and I quote a police investigator who was there, somehow been launched from the fall or cliff. She hadn't jumped. The autopsy found the cause of death appeared to be from a massive head injury sustained in the fall. Parts of her brain were found on a rock 50 feet from her body. She was horrifically battered and had been undressed, which is where things truly become shocking. The pathologist discovered she had been sexually assaulted post-mortem, after she had died, bloodless vaginal lacerations. Who, or what, would have the physical strength to launch a full-grown woman to the extent it looked like she hadn't jumped, then gone all the way down to the base of the 600-foot waterfall and sexually assaulted her remains? It boggles the mind, as does the U.S. National Park Service's response. They never publicized this event or put out any warnings to park goers. I could not locate any photos of her, and an article about her was taken off the internet. This photo of the falls clearly shows you cannot fall straight down but must be thrown with great force to land in the stream below.
Mine is retarded and most likely not paranormal. Be me in 2014. Wake up on my couch and can't move. At all. Still with my mom, so she calls an ambulance. They take me to the hospital and diagnose me with Guillain-Barré syndrome. Fast forward 6 months. I'm bedridden and going to physical and occupational therapy twice a day. We moved to apartments to be closer to my primary care physician. Wake up some morning with some elderly woman standing in my doorway. She said, and I quote, "You deserve this. I know what you did." She falls to the ground. Apparently she was the neighbor upstairs who never came outside and ordered all of her groceries. The lady died in my room's doorway. We called the police and their medical examiners took care of it. I don't think it's paranormal, but it happened. I just feel some way about it.
Be me, 16 years old. Live in shitty small town. Often meet with 5-8 friends and go to graveyard. Edgy. Always fuck around, climb on big tombstones. One night there with about 7 of us, same shit. Notice we're light and sky, mention it. I'll watch it, making split-second 90-degree turns. Moving fast, turning on a dime, not like any plane or satellite or shooting star. All of a sudden it goes up in a minute explosion, no sound. The lighting changes. Like the whole environment lighting changes. You know how sometimes at dusk it's a little blue as the sun goes down? Well, the lighting went about 3 shades different at the snap of a finger. I'll look at Ecother and sense something bad, run away. Long dirt road through woods to get back into town from graveyard. Me and girl are at back of group, slow down about halfway out. Hear twigs breaking in woods near us. Wadfuck.png. Slow down and look into the brush. See a pale figure, looks like kid, naked? Kind of hunched down crawling through woods slow with face pointed down. Look at her on some WTF type shit. She sees it too. Hang there for a second to make sure eyes aren't playing trick on me. Nope. Definitely a pale naked thing crawling through brush. Yell what the fuck? Run fast to catch up with rest, didn't look back. Once we catch up, explain to other what happened. Reconfirmed with her what we both saw, yup. Same thing. Be me now, 24. Message girl, haven't spoke in years. Ask her if she remembers that night and what we saw. Yes. K, just making sure. Continue living life. Spooky times.
Be me and during the early days of Tinder. Have a thing for goth/scene/emo girls, so swipe right on this super goth chick. She swipes right too and we start messaging and she invites me to come chill. Hype about getting some, I grab a condom and head to this chick's house. House is super small, cracked siding everywhere, and the carport has no roof. Thinking about saying fuck it when she opens the door and motions for me to come in. Decide fuck it, get out of my car and follow her in. Walking in the house and it's like I'm transported back to 1982 with exception to brand new TV. Still. No light in the house is on, but there are literally 100 candles lit in this tiny 3-room house. Weird creepy little statues everywhere. The centerpiece was this massive upside-down crucifix. Literally floor to ceiling, and it looked like it was created with railroad ties. Jesus was made of wrought iron and still had the lance of Longinus in his side. Be Catholic, so I'm a bit unnerved by that. Thinking with my dick though, so just kinda brush it off. The room suddenly drops like 20 degrees and her grandma comes in from the other room. Real little frail woman with big thick rimmed glasses, but you couldn't see her eyes at all, just dark sunken in voids. Figure she just came in a back door or something. I went to stand up to shake her hand, but before I could she firmly and insisted I remain seated. Makes some basic small talk and tried to make her laugh so she would be cool with me piping her granddaughter. I swear her expression didn't change once, and when she talked her mouth didn't seem to match up. Kind of like a badly dubbed over cartoon. She cuts me off mid-sentence and says she'll let us get to it. And she disappears into the back room. Still thinking with my dick, so I snuggle her up. The second I touched her I got this weird uneasy feeling and every hair on my neck stood up. I guess she noticed and took it as I was into her and started trying to shove her tongue down my throat. We get naked and I start plowing her on the couch. Something keeps moving and catching my eye on the other side of the room. I was worried it was some sick fuck jacking it in the corner. I didn't wanna tip him off if he was there, so I tried to be discreet about it until I was sure. Roll this bitch over and noticed her back for the first time. She had a massive super detailed scarification tattoo of a skeletal ram's head on her back. There was a pentagram on its forehead and it had weird symbols around it. She asks what's wrong, and thinking fast I tell her the condom broke, but I think I've got another. Get up and start rummaging through my pants looking for a condom. My plan was to act like I had to run out to the car to get one and just bounce. Gotta figure out if I've got to fight a cracked out perv first, so I flip the light switch by the door. Right as I do she screams no so loud it made my ears ring. In the far darkest corner of the room was a dark shape of a man. It was at least 7 feet tall and its limbs looked sharp and jagged, if that makes sense. It was only in the light for a second before the light bulb blew up. With only my jeans in my hand I grab for the doorknob when something hit me in the chest and knocks me down. The girl is on the couch still screaming her lungs out. Stagger up and lunge to the door, rip it open and fall through the screen door. pick myself up, but I'm having a hard time breathing and my chest feels like it's on fire. Managed to get to my car but ass naked with my jeans in my hand still in hand. Realize that it's my metal scapular that's burning me. It felt like someone had lighter on till the metal was hot and stabbed it into my chest. Frantically dig my keys out of my johns and jam them in the ignition and tear out of that neighborhood. Said the prayer to Saint Michael the whole way home. By the time I got back to my apartment my metal was cold to the touch. Stayed up for 3 days straight terrified in my apartment. I didn't talk to anyone, didn't go to class, and I don't even remember reading. All 3 days are really a blur to me and it's really difficult to remember them or even the ordeal at that skank's house.
I went out to get candy at an odd time, when most people are still working. My silver car is the only one in the parking lot at the time. I go in, buy my candy, and exit the store, and walk back to my car. There is still no one anywhere to be seen as I get in my car, and I get distracted momentarily as I fumble in my pocket to extricate my keys, when there is a knock at my window. Outside, slightly hunched, is a slightly dirty-looking man with clothes I immediately recognize as owning myself, and the most piercing, brilliant eyes I had ever seen. I roll my window down partially and put my car into gear but rest on the brakes in case I need to beat a hasty retreat. The man tells me that he needs a little money to buy food for himself and his son. He is holding a beaten state ID that has his face on it, as a way of getting me to trust him, perhaps. But he explains some of his story, and how he is hunched because of surgery, and he shows me an odd triangular scar on his back. His voice is incredibly comforting, and makes me trust him implicitly. Despite looking worn and slightly dirty, he smells pleasant, no trace of drugs or alcohol. For some reason I give him some money. He thanks me profusely, and says may God bless you sir. I roll up my window, and look down, as he walks around the front of my car, to about the rear passenger window, when he simply disappears. I repark my car and get out to look for him, and he is simply gone, as though he never existed. But ever since then, I have had incredibly good luck, and even now, my eyes tear up as I recall him, or try to talk about him.
I've posted this story on here before. Shit was seriously weird as fuck and I remember it like it was yesterday. My parents still claim they don't ever remember it happening. Be a young boy in the early 90s. Family cookout in the summertime at my grandparents in upstate NY. Whole extended family is there, all aunts, uncles and cousins. Think it was Independence Day. Adults are talking, kids are running around playing, everyone is eating, great cookout. Early evening, maybe 5 or 6 p.m. I see him first, random haggard-looking dude approaching from the deep woods behind the house, stumbling up toward front yard where everyone is. Think WTF is it's literally like 100 acres of woods in that direction. No way he could have come from there without walking for miles and miles and miles. Dudes is in stained raggedy clothing, looks homeless and drunk as fuck. I'm the first to point him out. Dad sees him and immediately says everyone in the house. Now. Women rush into the house with all us kids. Think my dad and uncles are going to fuck him up, but then they rush in with us and I distinctly remember Dad locking the door. They seemed honestly terrified. This was so weird because both my dad and uncle were cops, both like lieutenants at the time. They were both wearing handguns and could have had the entire police department there in a moment's notice if they wanted to. My other uncle was a former boxer and built like a brick shithouse. My grandpa in those days was an auto mechanic and built bigger than all of them. Dude was seriously like 6 feet 6 inches, a solid 320 in just muscle. Remember watching out the window as this homeless bum with gray hair, maybe in his 60s, just stumbles around the picnic tables. Bum starts picking up burgers and hot dogs and taking a bite of each and setting them down. I was maybe 6 at the time and I honestly was furious that my dad and uncles weren't doing anything. I remember at one point my mom asking my dad, "Aren't you going to do something?" Dad just kind of looked out the window, but did not act. Remember one of my uncles, the boxer, about to go out but my grandpa stopping him with just a look. Finally homeless dude straight up flipped the picnic table and sent all the food flying. Begins laughing maniacally. Finally he just kind of stumbles off down the road toward town. Years later I asked both parents about this as well as a cousin who was there, none of them remember it. Mom tries to tell me it was a dream but I remember this shit plain as day. Still no idea what happened that day.
Alright, well /x/ I'm going to go ahead and type my Goatman story. I really didn't know what a Goatman was until I saw some of the stories about it here. So here is a bit of backstory. Back in 2012 we always had bonfires every night. I'm in the Marine Corps Reserves, so while I'm home I work as a Ohio State Trooper. Anyways, a bunch of my buddies and I were having a bonfire. We got everyone at my house around 7 p.m. then loaded them up into our vehicles. One was a Chevy Suburban, a Jeep Wrangler and a Ford 350. The spot where we have our bonfire was a mile back on my land. There's this dirt path we take down to the cabin. It starts out as going in between two fields, then through the woods, then dead ends at our cabin which overlooks a creek that eventually dumps into the Scioto River. We had about 24 people packed into the 3 vehicles and shit, the Suburban is mine. So we set off. Driving through the woods wasn't a big deal. But as soon as we got to the area I stepped out of my vehicle and could smell this god-awful smell, death. It smelled like death, like an animal of some sort was rotting in the woods somewhere. Everyone else said they could smell it too. I didn't think nothing of it, maybe a dead deer or something that someone shot and couldn't find. It was the end of September, so hunting season had started. I started the fire and didn't think too much of the smell. We all eventually got used to it. We played beer pong and had a generator going to power the cabin. So my friend of mine Ryan had been telling me that the girl I had brought with me kept asking shit about me to him, saying how much of a gentleman I was, so I knew that night I was going to get laid. Fuck yes. Anyways, the fire was dying down, so Ryan was going to get wood with a few buddies of mine. I had them take a radio with them to radio me if they needed help. The fire started getting real low. It had been about 30 minutes since they had left. "Hey, where the fuck you faggots at?" I asked over the radio. "Dude chill, I'm on my way," Ryan responded. They came back later with a fuck ton of wood, got the fire going again, then eventually it started to get late. People wanted to start going home, so after everyone left only 8 of us remained. The girl I liked, Sarah, Ryan, David, another guy and 3 other girls. David, the other guy and the girls were wasted as fuck and were all flirting with each other. I continued to chill at the fire with Sarah and Ryan talking about random shit. Started to get real late, around 2 a.m. is when the 3 girls, David and the other guy, went to lay down in the cabin. Sarah and I stayed outside and talked for a while. Eventually we started making out. I stopped when I heard this cracking sound outside. I looked over and could make out a figure walking around near the tree line. "Hey you, what are you doing over there?" I asked. "Dude chill, I'm on my way," the figure responded. It sounded like Ryan, but I swore Ryan had been in the cabin. Maybe he had walked out when I was occupied, but he didn't make sense. "What?" I asked. "Dude, chill, I'm on my," it responded again. My hair started to raise up on my neck. "The fuck?" Sarah responded. "Sarah, go inside and wake up everyone," I responded. She didn't hesitate. I walked over to my SUV and popped the trunk and grabbed a AR-15. For some reason I was shaking, and the death smell was back again. "What the fuck?" I whispered to myself, shoving the mag into the rifle and sending a round into the chamber. I walked around the SUV to where I saw the figure in the woods and couldn't see it. About this time Ryan walked out of the cabin and looked at me like I was fucking stupid. "Dude, why do you have a gun?" he asked. "Were you out in the woods?" I asked him. He told me he had just woken up and had no idea what I was talking about. I told him to take everyone back to their cars and come back with a gun. He got everyone into my SUV and drove off. I sat there by the fire for a while, looking around me. I had a spotlight by my side, The 1,000,000 candlewatt power ones. I couldn't help but thinking it was someone playing a trick on me, but living 8 miles away from a prison you can't really be too sure. The death smell was starting to get almost repugnant. I felt almost like gagging. I heard something walking through the woods again. I grabbed the spotlight and stood up. I waited for a moment, then I saw it again. The figure walked out of the woods and stood there looking at me. I flipped on the light at it. Its back was turned towards me, staring into the woods. "Hey, I got a fucking gun. You might want to tell me who the fuck you are before I lay your ass out right now." Not a single word came out of the person's mouth. "Motherfucker." I started to walk closer. "Dude, why do you have a gun?" the person asked. Because I stopped mid-sentence. I started to think about what it said, and what Ryan said. IT was mimicking Ryan. IT repeated it again, this time it sounded just like Ryan. I raised the rifle and sighted in on the guy. "Ryan?" I asked. Its neck shifted a bit, then twitched its whole body. It looked unnatural. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but something about the man looked wrong. I heard music playing in the background and I could see headlights coming through the woods. "Who are you?" I asked. The figure turned around and looked at me. Its facial features were off. It looked like the other guy that was with Ryan, but its voice sounded just like Ryan's and it stared at me with its mouth gaped open. "Who the fuck are you?" I shouted, flipping my rifle off safe. Something in the fire snapped and made a loud noise, so I flipped around to see what was behind me, then snapped back to where the person was standing. It was gone. "Fuck!" I shouted, looking around for him. About this time Ryan was parking the Suburban and getting out and putting a pistol in his back waistband. "Dude, what's going on?" he asked. I started to fill him in on everything, then asked him if everyone was with him. He told me everyone in the cabin was in the SUV, the other guy, Sarah, and the 3 girls. We sat by the fire and started waiting. The death smell had went away for the time being. It was around 4 a.m. now. Sunlight should be coming in just a few hours. At that time the death smell had came back, this time stronger than ever. To the point Ryan gagged and almost threw up. I got up and looked around, waiting to see the figure again. A few moments passed, then I could see something on the ground, coming out of the woods. I turned on my spotlight and shined it at the figure. The man, who I had seen before, was on the ground rolling around. "What the fuck is that?" Ryan asked, pulling his pistol out. We both stared at the man roll around for a good 20 minutes, then stopped and laid there on the ground. The fire outside illuminated the figure through the window on the door. I could see it standing there, twitching. Sunrise started to come. I could see the figure walk away from the cabin. I ran up and opened up the door and walked outside. By this time the sun was starting to come up, but it was still hard to see anything outside except for the man. The man was walking towards the woods, twitching and shaking. "Hey!" I shouted, drawing my rifle on the man. The figure stopped, and looked at me. I fired a round straight into its head. I seen the man drop like a rock on the ground and start twitching. "Fuck you!" I shouted and kept a bead on him, waiting for the twitching to stop. What happened next I couldn't explain. The man stood up and started walking to the woods like nothing happened. I lowered my rifle and watched as he made it to the tree line and turn around and look at us. I didn't see any wound from him, nothing. His face was completely untouched. The death smell went away. I couldn't smell it anymore. The man smiled at us and walked into the woods again. By that time we ran to the SUV, got in and got the fuck out of Dodge. We never spoke of what happened to anyone in fear they'd think we were mental. I've been back to the place countless times now, but I cannot seem to smell the death smell or see anything unsuitable anymore. I'm not sure if the Goatman/Skinwalker/ghost thing has gone away or it's moved somewhere else. Who knows?
Greater than 2006, December in the American Southwest. On one of my endurance training hikes, 5 days. Third evening, coming back from a small game hunt with 2 rabbits, and I feel that something is not quite right. I feel like eyes are on me and the woods are suddenly quiet. Get back to camp and quickly get a fire going. Pitch black by this point and still not a sound from a single animal. See a shape in my peripheral vision among the trees moving on two legs with black large sunken eyes. It's trying to sneak up behind me. Look down at the kit I brought with me, only my knife, a ball, and the snares I caught the rabbit with. The creature pounces from behind and buries its teeth into my back. Except it now has a ball gag in its mouth. The creature is visibly confused and looks around. I whisper in its ear, "You wanna do what, in the butt," in Navajo, causing it to shriek out of rage and fear. It spins around at me, slashing violently, taking off a sleeve on my right arm. It sees the furry tattoo on my arm and stops, its black eyes widen. The moment of hesitation from the creature allows me to thrust deeply into the beast's anus. The holy water-based lubricant my member is coated in sears the creature's flesh, causing it to scream, but it is too late for this one. It stoops to the ground as I finish inside and remove the pelt. The frightened man is easier to subdue and is quickly killed and burnt along with his animal skin. Go back to eating my rabbit. Look up to the stars, feel my ancestors shaking their heads in disappointment.
You plebs got it? This is a story from my short time spent in Andorra. Some context: Andorra is a tiny micro-country up in the mountains between France and Spain. Before I visited, I'd only ever heard about the place once or twice my entire life. I never expected to find what I saw there. Be me a few years ago. Around 18-ish. I've spent my entire life in a shit West Coast city. Decide traveling would do me good and I set off to Europe. Obviously I can't bring a gun, I was even too nervous to check a knife in at Lax. The cheapest plane ticket took me to Barcelona. It's a nice city with plenty of food, cheap beer, and cigarettes. I spend the first few days wandering the streets of Barcelona. See a bus station to Andorra. It's a few hours for the ride, but fuck, it sounds pretty cool. Only reason I actually went was because I had a karate instructor whose family was Andorran, a pretty stupid reason. I buy my ticket for tomorrow since I was checking out of the hostel anyway. Next morning I get on the bus. Takes a few hours of driving through fields, hills, and eventually the mountains. Damn, Andorra was beautiful. Every road was shrouded in a thick mist and buildings were set on a backdrop of the jagged gray rocks of the mountain. So here's some more context about Andorra. It has a pretty long history of being a black market. The capital city sells huge bottles of liquor, cigarettes for dirt cheap, knives, and weird oddities. You can find a lot of things not usually bought easy in Europe. I buy a box of cigarellos, an airshit copy of a Colt 1903, and a knife. Feel much better armed since it is a different country I know nothing about. I would be really thankful for the knife later. Spend some time wandering Andorra and its main city. My hotel is about 3 miles away from it. Take a cab back and rest for the night. Wake up and I'm starving. Fuck, I missed the hotel breakfast. Head up a really steep paved road to a tiny cafe. Head over there for some food. The place is empty except for the owners and a few old French people. Try to order a pizza in broken Spanish only to remember that Andorrans speak Catalan. Some old man with his wife orders the pizza for me and greets me in pretty good English. You very young traveling on your own. I'm so relieved to hear English. It was starting to frustrate me hearing only Spanish and Catalan for a few days straight. I thank him for his help and he asks me what do I plan on doing in Andorra. Tell him I'm not sure, I was thinking about taking some of the hiking trails nearby. Ha ha ha, anon. Better hiking is found near the steel. He points me in the direction of an old steel mill about a mile away. I thank him for the tip and finish my food. I do hope you enjoy yourself, and to be careful. We have little ones in the mountains. They love stones, ha ha ha. Okwit.jpg. Haha, you mean like children? He becomes visibly more nervous. I think he expected me to just laugh it off and walk away. I make a ridiculous joke, haha. Have fun. His wife just looks at him cold. I don't think she understood what he said, but she caught some kind of vibe. Decide to go back to the city that day and hike tomorrow. Go to bed and think about how weird he was. Okay, now here's the part where it gets weird and a bit unbelievable. I decide to go hiking. I follow up on the weird old man's tip and head over to some old steel mill. It's a museum now, so I check that out too. See some old tools, a couple old guns, which was pretty cool. They have a small room dedicated to Andorran culture and folklore. Some really familiar stuff, ghosts and spirits and Catholicism. There's one myth about a race of gnomes or elves or whatever. The myth said they lived in the rocks and moved pebbles into stacks until they became mountains. Get a little weirded out but slightly relieved. Think that's what the old man was going on about. He just made some stupid joke about gnomes. I was very wrong. I'm having a blast hiking. The mountains are astounding and every step is clouded in the mist. Kinda gay, but I pretend I'm in Lord of the Rings because the fantasy aesthetic is strong here. I'm making my way up a path trodden by farm horses. It's absolutely caked in mud. Notice some weird tracks crossing mud. They have 3 toes going in different directions. The prints look like a bird's, but they don't have claws. Pig related is the best drawing I can give you. I'm a bit weirded out, but also I don't know exactly what animals they have here. Maybe it's some kind of frog or whatever. No, it can't be a frog, it's too deep and obviously bipedal. I follow them until I reach a tiny creek. It's literally a trickle of water a foot wide. Notice the tracks follow it up and then double back to some rocks. No tracks after. No mud on the rocks either. Of course I start thinking about the old man and his retarded gnomes. Tell myself there's no way and head back to the hotel. It's the night after. I've been in Andorra about 3 days and I'm getting ready to leave. I'm in my hotel room. It's a tiny thing, but it has an amazing view of the valley between 2 giant hillsides. There's a literal goddamn waterfall there. I'm hanging outside my window having a smoke when I see something shuffling in the rocks about 35 yards away. I think maybe some are just falling, but I can see something tumble out of the stones. It's one of them. I'm absolutely shitting myself in panic. It's only about a foot tall, with an apple-sized head. Its features are all bony and gaunt, with short stout arms covered in a leathery mauve skin that gradually becomes brown towards its torso. Starting from the tip of its head, it has sparse but thick hairs. More like spikes, honestly. I'm watching it in complete disbelief. And it looks up towards me. Its eyes are large and circular. They're a thick milky gray and pupil-less. It just sits there on the rock and keeps staring at me. I can't move my body. I start to feel my head move forward like there's a rope tethered to my forehead. In my mind I can hear and smell running water. Suddenly the ember from my cigarillo burns my fingers and I flinch. I look down at my hand for a split second and it's gone. I don't sleep for shit that night. Keep the knife close by. Alright, here's the final part of my story. Thanks for sticking through it, anons. It's the next morning. I only knocked out once, it was light. It just felt safer. Must have slept maybe a few hours tops. I take a look at my window and it almost looks like it's shaking. I shit myself again and fall out of bed. I look at it and can see a small gray lump in the sill. I open the window and there's a smooth stone there. I take it and look it over. There's a symbol carved on the stone. Fug.exe. I do the only thing I can think to do at this point. I head over to the cafe for the old man. He's there again. I can't get a word out before he already knows I saw something. I hold up the stone and he goes white. You must leave something in its place. He's very grave about this. I don't know what I should do. What do I need to leave? He just tells me to leave what I enjoyed. He tells me to leave soon and to take the stone once I put what I have in its place. MFW, he says to go find a church too and specifically confess that I have stolen bread which was my neighbor's. That afternoon I leave a cigarillo on the windowsill, check out, and get the fucking bus out of Andorra. And that's it. My whole story. Pick related is the stone. I figured it's the only proof I'll ever have and maybe a good omen to keep. I don't think the thing was malevolent. Maybe only trying to deal with me. I'm glad I didn't offend it. And I feel pretty safe with a continent and an ocean separating me from it. I don't think it can leave the mountains either. I don't ever think I'll understand what it was showing me in my head. If anyone knows more about beings like these, please tell me. It's the one thing I think I never got any real answers about.
Fresh from this weekend. Go up to the Poconos with GF and dog. Hike a mile and set up camp since it's late. Find a nice clearing, have a weird feeling about it but don't think anything of it. Find an Nalgene even though we're pretty far from the trail. Set up hammock and get a fire going. Cook dinner. Let fire burn out and go to bed. Once the fire goes out, GF wants to bring the dog in the hammock. Ario.jpg. Pick up the dog and put him in the hammock. Fall asleep. Wake up a few times in the night, always feel like something is watching. Last time the dog is up and looking, he barks at something out there. Grab gun, pull the dog in closer, and try to sleep. Hear twigs snapping maybe 20 yards out. Fall back asleep. Wake up in the morning, dog sticks his head out of the hammock and pukes on my shoes. Damn it. I have to shit. Wipe the puke off my shoes, grab gun, and go shit at the edge of camp. Feeling of being watched is really intense, and it feels angry. Tell GF, we pack up and GTFO. Feeling keeps getting more angry and intense. Book it back to the car. Feeling doesn't go away till we drive away. GF said she woke up in the middle of the night and saw something outside of the hammock. She thought it was a deer, but she said the head was deformed and that it didn't sound like a deer. There also weren't any tracks even though the ground was muddy. Pick related was our camp.
I don't post here much even though I've been lurking for years. So I don't know how to do the whole Greentext be me shit, and I've been up for 18 and just want to hammer this post out, so it's not gonna be in the cool kid style. Anyway, when I was preteen, 39 now, I separated from my brothers on a bike ride to take a shortcut across a 25 YD clearing, across a tiny stream, and up a hill. Brothers kept going up the hollow to where the road YD together with the road I was cutting over to. As I'm pushing bike through clearing, I hear a banging on a big oil tank that was all rusty and no longer used, hadn't been for decades. Didn't think anything of it and kept going until I got that hair-raising not alone feeling. Heard a loud deep guttural growling sound and looked forward to see massive footprints, like greater than 18, long and greater than 6, wide coming towards me. But I couldn't see what was making them, just the grass being pushed down under these invisible feet. I fled, didn't stop riding for miles. I don't tell this story to anyone that hasn't known me for years because my personal character is the only thing that makes it somewhat believable. This happened on Western PA in a place called Hell's Hollow that supposedly has a fucked up past. I can give more info on specific location if anyone gives a fuck and wants to see if past is anything besides folklore.
I sorta have a story, short and sweet. Be me in college in Central California. Second year of college, just had a bad breakup with some girl. I figure it's the weekend, and the best way to get over stuff is to hike it off and think about it in nature. Go out to the back of the college, where there's an entire canyon with a few farms and tons of hiking trails. Hike for most of the day, going over hills and train tracks until the sun starts coming down. Oh shit, it's gonna get dark outside soon, better start heading back. About 3 miles from any sort of civilization at this point, start heading back. Sections of the canyon are gated off to keep cows and horses in. Make it through the first couple gates on the way back with no trouble, sun pretty much behind the hills at this point. Around halfway back when sun is completely gone, pitch black outside except for the stars. Start walking through a bunch of trees, cows bunched up and mooing, some of them rustling in the bushes where I can't see. No big deal, just cows. Break out my flip phone to check the time. Break out of the tree line and in a more open area with fields on my right and more trees, bushes on my right. Keep walking and hear something in the bushes, dismiss it as just cows or a mountain lion. Nothing to really worry about. Stop for a second to open up another gate. That's when I noticed the rustling stopped when I stopped. Go through the gate and keep going for a bit, almost to a little farmhouse that students stay at, about a mile or so out. Noises in the bushes starts up again. I stop, it stops. When I start walking again, it starts walking. Can't be a cow at this point, could maybe be a mountain lion, most definitely being stalked by something. At this point, I'm freaking out a little bit, but still keep walking, with my phone out. See another gate coming up, but there's a good 30-50 yards of open ground on my left where there's no trees and bushes. Speed up my pace, power walking my way to gate, hear the noises in the underbrush pick up to match me. Make it to the open ground, and tell myself to just keep looking forward, don't look, get to the gate, open it, then keep going. Get about halfway to the gate when I see something tall, blacker than the night, and humanoid-looking break from the tree line out of the corner of my eye. I glance sideways really quick and see this thing taking long, quick steps towards me with a purpose, trying to intercept me. Calmly I make it to the gate, unlatch the chain, open it, look down and latch the chain again so I don't see whatever was coming at me. Whatever was following me stops and I make it out to the farmhouse, but the hair on my back is still standing up and I'm freaking out internally. After that it was just a quick 3/4 of a mile walk through a path with a bunch of eucalyptus trees covering the night sky. The entire way back I felt like something was watching me, but didn't hear anything following me.
Are these things fucking psychic? A few weeks ago, I was out having a smoke at some ungodly hour of night, 2 to 4 a.m., with a mist rolling in and watching the distant tree line lit by the floods on my property. I saw a figure, like a human figure, exit the tree line. Nothing exceptionally odd about it, just looked like an average height clothed man. Nothing out of the ordinary at all, no protuberances, no glowing eyes and shit etc. The figure exited the tree line right of my perpendicular point on the tree line, and started making his way left to the center. I noticed him a little after he exited the tree line, and only then kind of focused my gaze on him and started gripping the pistol in my sweatpants pocket. It was the fucking middle of the night, and I was just out having a smoke on my porch. Don't blame me for not wearing proper pants, holster or rifle etc. Thinking try something and I'll perforate you or get the fuck off my lawn, and then the figure fucking stopped. It was goddamn weird. I finished my first cigarette, and lit another, and smoked it. This guy apparently came out of the woods in the middle of the night, started skirting the tree line, and about 10 seconds later when I locked my gaze on him across the way and started gripping my gun in my pocket, he stopped. For a full 15 minutes while I slowly smoked 2 cigarettes and stared him down like a gunslinger. He never disappeared or anything, he just stopped walking, and eventually I went back inside, somewhat spooked, and got my saga out of my safe and leaned it against my bedstand before going to sleep, and nothing ever came of it. The freakiest thing in hindsight is how the fuck did he see me? Did he see the rising smoke or something? You can't fucking see anyone on my porch from the tree line in the night with the floodlights on, which are on whether I'm out having a smoke or not. That did not give me away or startle him. What the fuck happened here?
B18 Yomi. Camping with wife and her family for a week before shipping off to basic. Snowfall heavier than expected that night. Hey Anon, my dad, Mom and I are gonna take the 4-wheelers and go make sure the road is still open. We'll be back 1 hour trip one way. Stay at camp alone. Early morning. Her stupid fucking chihuahuas resting at my feet by the fire in their stupid little coats. Half an hour passes. Dogs triggered by something. Camp is in small, narrow valley. Dogs growl and bark at random hill about 100 meters away. See movement near top of hill and sagebrush. Low and fast, slinking around. Ah fuck give. Grabbed a rifle and wait by fire, scanning hillside with optics. See movement once, I think. Dogs yipped for an hour, then got real nervous till they returned. See me sitting by fire with rifle and scared dogs. They're curious. Wife and I go explore hillside. big mountain lion footprints. Oh boy. We ended up leaving the next day. Coming down off the mountain was a terrifying, fun experience. Narrow mountain to track. Heavy snow. No brakes due to snow and slush. I wish my now ex-wife didn't turn into a whore. She'd have made a great innawoods partner. TL, Dr. Charlie in the motherfucking trees.
Fresh. Be camping in deep woods near a legit 1800s ghost town over the weekend. It's me and 3 other /K/Amandos getting trashed around a campfire. Cell service is dead. Nearest ranger station is 7 miles away. No one packed flares or beacons. On fucking Friday 13th. Everyone is all drunk and full of smoke, laughing up a storm broken by autistic screeching. Friend across from me perks up. Might one else hear that? No. Snap. Heard that. Everyone kind of groggily shifts to the west. Or maybe it was the east. I was pretty lit. Just beyond the firelight 2 big luminescent white eyes on a tall thing stood. Just far enough that the tree line broke up and formed. A pause, then. Go away faggot. No idea who said it, but everyone grabbed their guns. .308, bot, 7.62 by 39, and 357 mag shred the tall grass and tree line. Loud screeched like a raccoon giving birth to an elephant and having a brain aneurysm at once. We go look, but the one guy who had a good flashlight dropped it down his pants and could not be asked to dig it out. Go back in morning. Dried black puddle. Oh well. Leave on Sunday the 15th. Pass ranger station to swipe some free bug sting wipes and hear about some couple who got mauled in the woods. We might have scared an ungodly thing to ease your prey.
I dunno about spooky, but certainly terrifying. 2002, I'm 12. Uncles, cousins, etc. out dicking around at night in Buffalo County, Georgia with guns because of course there are guns. Couple hours walk into the woods, it's pitch black with no moon out, just a bunch of dudes laughing and having a good time. I'm Uncle Touchy's holy bulge, wondering if he's going to make me cleanse his spirit again, when suddenly movement. 6 drunken rednecks and a couple of sober teens become hyper-aware, battle-hardened vets as shit collectively flows down our legs. We assume a double road firing line a la reenactments, shit you not. A fell shadow beast is stalking near the edge of the darkness, out among the trees. It hasn't seen us yet, but you can smell pig and blood at 60 feet. Think it's a boar at first, realize it's a feral hog. Thing is at least 600 pounds. Cousin Dipshit asks, does it know we're here? Now it does, thanks Cousin Dipshit. The beast's head snaps right at us, and is charging less than a breath later. 6 drunken rednecks let loose the rebel, begin firing full haul at charging eldritch abomination. 2 bolt-action long rifles, .3006 and .308, a 9mm and a .357 revolver, and 2 10-22 plinkers light up the fucking world. Bristling fur and blazing hooves revealed in snapshots of muzzle blast as we fire randomly from fear and adrenaline and beer. It's not fucking stopping. Now half the distance it started at, I hear Uncle Touchy cussing because he's out of .3006, the .308 is already empty. Just the 9 and the 10/22s erupting in answer to death charging us down. The 9 runs dry. My cousin and I crack off the last of our 22, Big is still moving. Uncle Ain't Meth Addict 3 has been in kneeling position with .357 the whole time, no shots fired. Pig at 15 feet. 1 report from .357 Magnum. Pig's head drops suddenly. Pig skids to halt, 5 feet from firing line. Thank God he was so drunk he kept slipping his finger off the trigger because the pull was too heavy.
Bicycling late at night, heading home after a decent ride. Go down a heavily wooded utility road, absolutely no lighting so it is pitch fucking black. Gates closing off both ends of this road, so no vehicles. Done this hundreds of times and have a headlamp, so not spooked at all. Just pedaling along in the pitch black listening to the crickets chirping. Suddenly chirping stops, get a whiff of something rotten and metallic. Smell is gone and chirping resumes. The silence and smell lasted maybe 1 second. Unsettling/10.
Be me in middle school. A bunch of friends and I are staying the night at a guy's house for a birthday party. We're all in sleeping bags in a downstairs room. There's a big sliding glass door that opens into the woods. We play SSB Melee until the early AM and go to sleep. I wake up at 3:30 AM. There's someone standing outside the glass door. He's just beyond the tree line, so I can't see him clearly. But he's there. He's just watching me, and I know he knows I'm awake. We stare at each other for at least an hour. I'm afraid to fall asleep. At around 5 AM, my friend's dog starts barking and the guy disappears.
Be me. Greater than 15, September goose with the dad. Farm in rural VA, hunting over a pond, on one side there's a hill with a tree lean. Chilling in blind with dirt shotguns. Suddenly, shit gets quiet and I smell burning copper. Remember all the Skinwalker stories. Scared shitless, get my shotgun up. Smell goes away after about a minute. Every now and then I'd spot something on the tree lean that sure as fuck was not a deer or cow, and it would disappear whenever I looked away for too long. Also geese seem to have intentionally avoided our pond, cause they'll come over and veer off as soon as they get close, sometimes landing in a field just 100 yards away. I haven't seen or smelled anything out of the ordinary in a while, so I might be safe.
Be 18-ish. Just moved into new home with mom and dad. Was grandma's until she passed away and left it to us. Asleep upstairs one night. Feel something kiss me on the cheek. Whisper SHHHHH in my ear. Wakes me up. Think it's my mom. Open eyes and look around room. Nobody there. So tired I just lay back down like it didn't happen. Immediately after closing my eyes I feel a strong presence of overcome my body. Can't open my eyes. Feel like I'm being possessed. Can't move. Panic. Start praying to God. Present sleeves. Gain control of my body again. Run downstairs to tell parents. Anon, you look like you just saw a ghost. Later found it was sleep paralysis. Happens every now and then but only in one room of my house. I spend most of my nights sleeping on my couch now unless my girlfriend is over. Never happens when I'm with her. Another story, this one more recent. Asleep in bed. Laying on my side. Feel my body start to shake and become paralyzed. Hair go again. JPEG. Feel someone crawl on top of me. Breathing in my ear. I can barely move my lips but I try and whisper, "What do you want?" It replies with, "Listen to me." Ask, "What do you mean?" Breathing slowly fades as I gain control of my body again. Go back to sleep. Shit's weird.
Be me, 4 years old. Woke up in the middle of the night, around 3 AM. There's a window right next to my bed that looks to my grandma's kitchen, big ass house, like 3 families in it. She's down there, I feel safe. Have to use the restroom. Look at the door. A fucking shadow. Wait, this isn't right. Look at it again. The fucking shadow is moving towards me. Got scared, hid under the blankets. Shaking pretty bad, used to be a little pussy. Something fucking touched my knee. Fuck that shit, I start to scream. Grandma. Grandma. I'm scared, Grandma. I hear steps and a little voice coming over. After a few minutes I hear a loud knocking. I'm here, open up the door. She is knocking the door to our house, that's like 2 doors away from me. Fuck the shit, open up the blanket a little bit. Everything is cold as fuck, got the chills. See door. 2 fucking shadows. They are walking towards me. Fucking shadows are jumping. Jumping. Getting bigger, now there are 3. My little 4 years/old brain thinks, if I manage to get to the door to open it for Grandma, I'll be safe. Stand up to the shadows. Fucking say that's close enough. Walk towards them. 40 degrees Fahrenheit. Covered in darkness. Get to the door. Turn on the lights. Nothing. My little heart is pumping at 160. Open the door. The living room is all dark. Not again. Luckily a small living room. Run to the door to open Grandma. Be praying for the whole run. Open the door. Are you okay? What happened? Grandma hugs me. I never see those shadows again. I never got scared of the dark again. And after a couple of years started to get sleep paralysis and started to lucid dream. I felt like my soul was moving away from my body, but that's a story for another time.
Dreaming one night. It seems to be a nice dream at first. I'm enjoying it. It eventually gets into me going on a road trip. Suddenly, things start to dim, and that's when all light disappeared in my dream. It is pitch black. What the hell is going on? Light returns, but now I can see I'm back in my room, laying down in the position I went to sleep in. However, there is also a baby there. It seems like a normal baby, except for its eyes. One eye, the left one, is dark, void of nothing. The other bears a faint orange glow. It's got a hold of me and is just a few inches from my face, maintaining eye contact with me. It takes glee in realizing that I have woken up and continues its attack, glaring into my eyes. I let terror get a grip on me, and what I usually do in the event of extreme fear is shut my eyes, so I do just that. But it is no inconvenience for the monster, because it then makes my eyelids see-through. Back at square one. Only thing left for me to do is scream. This asshole absorbs the sound of my screams, so all I can hear is silence. Wake up. In room, no evil baby there. One of my few dream anomalies.
Now I'm really tired and sick, so I want Greentext this, but this is a story from when I lived in a house that was built over 100 years ago. Never had this happen when I during the day, but never has it left a physical mark on my body or my brother. So I was about 6.5, my brother was 8.5. We had to share a room together, so we would usually experience sorta the same things, but his night was different. I woke with the start at a light scratching noise near the door, so I went to get up and examine it, but as I tried to get up it felt like something was pushing me down hard, so I couldn't, but I could still move, so it wasn't sleep paralysis. But anyway, the door creaked open slightly and a flicker of motion moved through it. As it closed again, it looked like a living shadow that was darker than any shadow ought to be. It crept towards me slowly, stopping every few seconds and then starting again. It took like 10 seconds to get to my bed, and when it did, it stopped and stared at me. I stayed there, not being able to get up, crying quietly because I was too scared that it would kill me if I yelled. It took my blanket and took it off me, then it leaned over and I felt an unbearable cold on my ankle. It makes me shiver while typing this to remember the feeling. I looked down at my ankle and the shadow had absorbed it, and suddenly the blanket flew back on and the shadow flew up through the roof and the pressure on my body lessened, then was gone completely. I got up to look at my ankle and 2 small little holes were where the thing had touched me. I got my brother up, showed him the marks, and went to get my parents. They didn't believe me, they thought it was a dream, and then I woke up and found a bat bite. Writing this, I have a feeling that the thing might visit me tonight 9 years later to finish the job it started that night.
Me. 8 at the time. Aunt asks me if I want to go four-wheeling with her into a nearby forest. Get really excited, since she doesn't let me ride with her very often. Skip to when we're both riding. Having lots of fun, we've been driving around for at least 10-15 minutes. Aunt suddenly stops. She tells me to be quiet. Try to see what she's looking at. See some big ass dog thing? I don't fucking know, but God, it was fucking huge. Suddenly she just starts going really fucking fast. I almost start crying because I don't know what the fuck I just saw. We get back to the house, and never speak of it again. Does anyone know what the fuck this thing was? It definitely wasn't a bear. There hasn't been a sighting of one over here in years.
Sorry friends, I don't know why spaces got fucked. Here I go. Be me. Living in a pretty big house with roommate and his girlfriend. Roommate's girlfriend is a bit crazy and has a black cat with green eyes full of intelligence. Just got out of relationship and am on a month strike of not moving my ass from the couch. Cat seems to feel bad for me and brings me rats from the garden nearly every day like he thinks I'm starving. One night near 3 AM still on couch high AF in the dark. Roommate and his girl are at her place. Window on my left viewing directly on the street without curtains. Calm night with near full moon so I can hear and see clearly. Black cat not around, don't care, he's a big boy, he does his life. Suddenly doorbell rings. Shit my pants. Wait a few seconds and see no movement in the street nor hear any noise. Rings again. Fuck. Calls roommate name while slowly walking in the dark towards the door. No answer. The door is made of heavy wood with a hazy glass and a round doorknob outside, and you have to push it hard cause it scratches on the floor, and we never lock it when we're inside. Still in the dark a few meters from the door. Don't see any moving shape or shadows through the glass. Suddenly door opens and scratches on the ground right in front of me. Instantly petrified. Fucking black cat slips inside and greets me with a meow. Run outside to check on both sides of the street expecting to see roommate or his girl or some people who saw the cat and opened for him. Empty silent street. Watch round doorknob. Watch heavy scratching door. Watch the black cat sitting still looking at me. MFW that witch cat got a spirit to open the door for him.
Nothing too crazy, but still scared the shit out of me as far as /x/shit goes. Be me, male 20, 2 years ago. Parents built small outhouse on a mountain among trees, without power. Come down there regularly at night to chill out, listen to music loud, get high, etc. Use candles and phone torches for light. It's always a nice calm vibe away from people. Cue me, probably around 2 o'clock at night, after smoking many joints, laying on the sofa looking outside the glass panel window into the dark trees, having deep thoughts. All of a sudden, have a very strange sequence of thoughts and feelings, and the air now had changed. Felt like the air was static, holding its breath, like I had caused a significant change in the metaphysical properties of my situation through those weird novel thoughts I had, and as a result was now in contact with something? A different energetic influence? As soon as I realized that something really strange that has never happened to me before happened, soon as I made that thought, I felt, clear as day, a hand being placed on my right shoulder. At the time it felt totally unmistakable. Exactly as if a flesh and blood person out there hand on my shoulder from behind while I was laying in the sofa. Jump up/turn around like WTF. Smoke a joint contemplating how it may be possible and not so hard at all to interface with different layers of reality, interdimensional shit through experiencing certain novel states of mind.
I was out on our standard yearly weekend trip with the Boy Scouts. That year, on the last night, they had prepared something special. Some kind of tunnel of horror thing along one of the more stable and visible paths in the wood. The idea was that some of the adults would wait at the end of it, some would stay back, and the children would all go one by one along the path and get spooked a bit. They hung up some lights so you wouldn't get lost, and put up some scares. Like, there was a big spooky spiders hanging from the tree. At one point one of them was dressed up as a witch or some shit and would jump out of a bush. Harmless child scare stuff. I think I was about halfway through when I guess I felt something to my left. So I turned left, and way in the distance, I think 100 meters away in the forest, stood a man made out of light. I didn't think much of it at first. I thought it was one of the adults dressed up in some weird suit to scare us, but hey, I wondered why he would be so far away from the path, and b, the light looked too seamless to be some suit. So I stood there and watched as that man walked through the woods, pretty much perpendicular to the path I was on. Then he suddenly stopped, and I could 100% feel as he turned his head towards me and looked at me. I was frozen in terror. It was like a wave of cold washed over my body. And then the motherfucker started running towards me. It was fucking weird. It felt like he was going extremely fast, but he still didn't manage to cover the relatively small 100-meter distance to me before I got the feeling in my body back and started running as fast as I could along the path. There were some more scares set up, but I of course ignored them all and kept running. I could still feel him follow me for a couple of moments, and then that feeling slowly started to fade away, but I kept running until I was at the end. I was about to tell the adults what I had seen, but I needed to catch my breath for a second, and while I did so I tried to rationalize what I had seen. Maybe out of fear. Maybe out of rational thinking, I thought that hey, it probably was just one of the adults who put a bit more of an effort into scaring us. So I went up to them and I was like, hey. Good job, the spider and witch weren't that scary, but the lightning man really got me. And I remember them looking really confused, and they started asking me questions about that lightning man. So I elaborated, and the look of confusion on their faces went, and they started to look really fucking concerned. One of them went to make a phone call, and we all went back to our campsite, where I noticed that at least one adult was always on watch throughout the night, looking over our tents. That's pretty much it. I never spoke of it to any of the other children, and I've never been back in any sort of forest since. I told this story a couple of times in my life, but of course, most people just tell me that I imagine things.
Mine's not great, but it's pretty weird nevertheless. I'm in the south of England and it was a very cold December morning in 2019. I had been out to somewhere that's about 10 miles away on my electric bike, setting out around 7 or 8 a.m. It was freezing cold and everything was adorned with a thick white frost. The landscape had a misty sort of wintry atmosphere to it that made it look very different. On the way back the sun had came out fully, it was a clear blue sky and there were quite a few people around in the nearest town. The frost was melting and the ground was pretty much dry. I was on the straight main road that goes along a flat river plain from the nearest village to my town. The only wet patches were underneath the bare trees, where the frosticles had melted onto the ground. Then an apocalyptic-looking cloud suddenly started to form over just my town. I've never seen anything like it. As I got a little closer, hailstones started to fall, except they only fell under the trees, where the ground was already wet. The trees are spaced quite far apart. It's a hedgerow bordering a field. As I crested the hill and entered my town, it became incredibly cold, felt about 30 C. It was unbearable despite my heavy winter clothing intended for long journeys at negative temps. I have a suspicion that fairies might have been involved in this, but it could also be what they call a glitch in the matrix.
I have a few stories, but I doubt anyone wants to read them. Grew up poor. Lived at grandma's house. My mom, me, my sister and my grandma slept in the same room. There was an old entrance to a chimney in the room that got rebuilt, but you could still see the shape of the fireplace. There was one bed and the other was against the other wall. I would wake up once, to tiny little goblin men who were bothering me in my sleep. They did not pose any threat. They just seemed annoying. They were trying to climb onto my head but I shook them off. I was laying next to my sister and I got up and laid in my grandma's bed right next to my mom and grandma. I saw them buggering my sister, but my sister was in a steadfast sleep so she wouldn't nudge. One time I had a night of heavy binge drinking. The next day I went to sleep. I woke up in my room with a cold chill up my spine. I turned around and saw a man sitting at the edge of my bed. I could not move. I could not shout. But the crazy part was, I knew I was asleep. I told myself to wake the fuck up, right now. He's gonna take me if I don't wake up. Wake the fuck up. I woke up screaming that night. I still used to get visits by this entity. Even though I quit drinking a year ago. The last time, I fought back and got into a fist fight, but it felt so fucking surreal. I could taste my own blood. And the last time, the creepies. I was sleeping at my cousin's house until he woke up in the middle of the night to tell me there was a man standing in our room, and my cousin said to not be alarmed, that he was always standing there every night. I did not sleep anymore, I just stayed up, and that was also the last time I slept at my cousin's house. I figure out my cousin got molested by his dad or something. Because my cousin has psychopath tendencies. He'd torture animals, he'd hurt you without remorse or empathy, he was dumb as fuck and scared quickly of punishment. Last time I heard about him, he got bullied out of his dad's house.
When I describe it, it doesn't sound that creepy, but in reality it was. I was a kid and got in trouble for fighting with my brothers, so I was crying and ran to my bedroom, locked my door and hid under a blanket. I was lying on my stomach and felt two hands press against my back. I thought it was my dad, but I remember thinking it was weird for him to put two hands on my back like that, and I didn't hear anyone come in. I looked to see what it was and nobody was in the room and my door was still locked. There was no doubt about it, none at all. Someone bigger than me placed two hands on my back and they pressed rather hard. I remember being so confused, and this happened at daytime too. I stopped crying because I was just so confused. I asked my dad if he had come into the room and he said no. Which made sense because the door was locked, I just couldn't make sense of it. When we moved out of that apartment, I found out that a baby had died in my room a couple of months before we moved in. I don't know if that had anything to do with it, because the hands that touched me definitely belonged to an adult. To this day I have no explanation. I've seen things that I couldn't explain, like walking alone at midnight and seeing a ball of light the size of a baseball pass about 6 feet above my head when I was about 25 years old, that I can't explain at all. And I've had some extremely frightening dreams, but that feeling of having those hands on my back, although it wasn't my scariest memory, it's definitely the weirdest, because there's no doubt at all that it happened and there's literally no explanation.
Everyone in bed. Awake, feel weird, go to window. Air standing on end. Blue ball of light wandering down the street. Goes into field next door to house. Massive explosion, wakes everyone on street. TV fused, phone melted, this was mid-80s, only landlines, every alarm on every house and car is going off. Everything electrical or battery powered broken, melted, reset or alarming. Still don't know what it was. Ball lightning?
I saw a shadow person back when I was 11 or so. Watching a Rurouni Kenshin at around 2 p.m. Was on my parents' bedroom. Both of them were working, so I was alone. TV was a Plasmodon, remember the size, but pretty large. Kenshin ends. Turn off the TV and zone out for a minute or two. Something catches my eye on the TV. Everything is reflected as normal except for a person-shaped shadow laying on the bed. Get freaked out but quickly dismiss my fear as I think it's just a trick of the light. Start searching for an explanation. Can't find one. Can't reconcile the fact that the shadow is just not visible except for the reflection on the TV. Calmly stand up. Fucking beeline to the door. Stay outside for like half an hour, too scared to go back in. Finally gather up the courage to go back inside and check the TV. Shadow is gone. I remember seeing some reports of similar things some years after the fact. Supposedly they come two varieties, a plain silhouette and one with flat wide-brimmed hat, think Caleb from Blood. The one I saw was the plain one. Never saw any again.
Have any of you guys ever heard a fox cry? It sounds very high-pitched and whiny, almost human but not quite. It's a really scary sound. I hear it often. I live in southern MD and there's a lot of foxes and coyotes around here. One night my dad and I were watching TV downstairs, must have been around 1 a.m. when we hear it really loud. It's spooky, but we assume it's just a fox nearby, so we ignore it. Dad goes up to bed and I stay downstairs. About 20 minutes later Dad comes back down and says he can't sleep. The noise is still going every so often and he's a light sleeper. So he grabs his gun and says we were going fox hunting. We follow the sound a while and as we progress it sounds more human. Before we even leave the backyard, we see the source of the noise, a fox curled up by a tree. So Dad puts a bullet into it and the sound stops. We go over to investigate it, and we see something weird. The fox had already had its side torn out. The blood smelled really musky. A few seconds later the sound starts again, and Dad gets pissed and shoots into the air. We heard something leave really quickly and the sound didn't continue the rest of the night. Later tomorrow I went back to my backyard and looked at the fox and the area where we were, and walked around a bit. The thing that made me shit myself was that there were distinctly human footprints in the area.
Greater than 8 years old, staying at my grandma's house. Grandma puts me to bed on the pull-out bed from couch in living room. Fall asleep quickly. Woken up by noise in kitchen. See somebody in the kitchen / assume it's my G. My eyes adjust and notice it's a Bigla. Turns around and see me awake. I freeze with eyes wide open. Bigla lifts his mask off. Nar burn scars all over his face. Puts it back down. Pull my covers over my face and yell for grandma. He jumps out of an open window. Call cops / don't fall back asleep that night.
Be Northern Ontario camping with friend of mine in Scouts, both 15. Be on guard duty late night, usually men sneak into girls' camp, steal firewood, juice packets etc. One night with full moon, unusually bright. Pretty good view of forest and its innards tonight. Hear a human scream sounded like it said Yamaso Adepasu. Friend and I bolt in direction of scream. See nothing. lolfuck.mp4. Go back to fire pit and overwhelmed with stench of skunk / piss / horrendously bad bo. Lil what the fuck. All of a sudden, hear deep thumping sound, like hitting a rotting tree with a firm branch. Friend and I look at each other bewildered. Then hear the most frightening sound ever. I will never forget this sound, similar to the bad audio in. Sounded like human screaming plus guttural roar. Nope. Camp counselor comes out bewildered, has his shotgun with him. Build fire and don't sleep the entire night. That fucking noise haunts me. Scared the fucking shit out of me. If you Bigfoot it's fake, whatever man, I've heard shit that turned me white.
Live in Brazil, have beach house in a gated community. It's in Mangaratiba, a really small old city with docks, old ships and all that, like straight from a pirate movie. Absolutely surrounded by native rainforest, untouched. Google Earth Mangaratiba so you can see how big the rainforest area is. House is in a gated community with a private beach. Only access is one road that goes through security clearance area, since mansion's in the middle of nowhere. A couple years ago, I was walking with my cousin and little sister down a path that follows the beach. The path is really thin, like a small sidewalk, and at one point gets on my porch directly. We were 20 meters or so away from porch. It was almost dark already, but since it's a gated community it's safe to walk around at night. We were biking around, etc., until my lil sis notices something on the sand, a couple meters from us. Looking on, it's a doggy. Now, since it's safe and all in here, nobody has walls in their yards. We often see family dogs escape, but they're all friendly. They have a strict policy on potentially harmful dogs. I look at the sand, it's dark as fuck because the doggy is lying under a tree. I get down on my knee, and start the usual "come here boy, are you lost?" routine. Suddenly, my whole life doesn't make sense anymore. The fucking thing was not a fucking doggy. It gets up from the shadow, the thing is easily as big as a Great Dane. With the body mass of a fucking pit bull. I freeze, my cousin and sis freeze, everything stops for a second. It goes one step forward, the paw was as big as my fucking hand. Grab sis, forget bikes, yell for cousin to run. Run until we're inside the house, upstairs, yelling for my father to grab his gun and go outside. They didn't find anything. We called security because when I described it, my father thought it was a jaguar, rainforest, remember? But I am 100% sure it wasn't spotted. MFW Native Maid talks about shapeshifters.
In Adelaide. Be with 8 friends. All be 16-17. Be coming back from party. Be walking by Blackwood Forest. Think why the fuck not? All go in. Walking through. Suddenly maid just stops dead. staring at something. I'll turn around. Slim pasty figure in distance. Think it's a smackhead. Being the ruthless cunt I am. Yell oi smacky go home. Turns looks at us. Stands up straight. Really fucking tall, like at least 8 feet. I'll look at Ecother. I'll pick up sticks and rocks. Sprint at it. I know we were retarded. Screech is really high pitched. Then sprints off. We still all remember it. Still no idea what it was. Captcha, Warren Loverino.
I'll try to Greentext some stories my mother told me when I was younger. This one happened to my great-grandmother. She was like 17. Lived in a small town. Every third night of each month everyone locked their doors. There was this noise like 100 horses passing by. Everyone knew they shouldn't look through the lock to see what was going on. This one girl looks. The only thing she sees is a big yellow eye looking back at her. She was on shock. I don't know how to put it, she like passed away or something. Later on she killed herself.
My great-grandparents were still building our house when this happened. The neighborhood was no more than an alley, the street wasn't paved and everyone knew one another, kinda like a little village. Suddenly this old homeless guy shows up. His skin is yellowish, as like he has some disease or something. Our house was still in the bricks. The day after a full moon the bricks are all gnawed. The old homeless guy looks somewhat cured of his illness. As the month passes by, it's like the illness is coming back. Full moon again, gnawed bricks on the morning and the homeless guy is fine again. This goes on for some time. Everyone now suspecting the homeless guy is some sort of brick-chewing werewolf. Full moon. Everyone on the neighborhood goes out to look for the homeless guy. They find him on the ground twitching, like he's having a seizure. The men beat him up, then they cast him out. On the other day the bricks are fine. He never showed up again and it all stopped. Fucking werewolves, man.
Reading this thread out of curiosity. Remember that I have creepy encounter story. Not a cryptic story, but here goes. It happened quite recently. So anyone living in SoCal knows how cold it got all of a sudden. I constantly have to have a blanket or something warm next to me. I'm pretty lazy and I'll tell my 10-year-old brother to get me stuff. This particular time, I ask him for a blanket I have upstairs. Usually I'll ask for stuff that's downstairs and he'll grumble but go get it for me because he's cool like that. This time, he hesitates and says he doesn't want to. I'm watching a TV show and I tell him to go get it. I'm fucking freezing. He does so but very reluctantly, as I notice later. He comes downstairs white and visibly shaken, blanket in hand. I grab it and notice his face, as does my mom. She asks him what's wrong but he won't say. I call him a pussy and resume watching my show. Later on, my mom's pulls me aside and tells me not to make him go to places of the house alone. She tells me that he's usually not alone in the house anywhere unless he has something to distract himself with, like the iPad or a book. She then tells me that he sees people in the middle of the night and won't go back to sleep until my mom reassures him, since he sees them in the same corner next to the bed. She thought it was just my brother having an active imagination. That is, until he saw my dead grandmother one of those nights. He never really got to know her. She died when he was 4-ish, but he described her in clothes that only my mother and my uncle know she was buried in. She died in Mexico, BTW. My mom, being slightly superstitious, had enough of these people and basically yelled at them to leave my brother alone, and that my grandmother leave them in peace. Since then, my brother hasn't been bothered by those figures in the night as long as he is with someone or distracted, which he always meets that criteria.
I've got 2 innawoods stories to share with everyone. They both happened at the same place, which is about 30 kilometers north of Iron Bridge, Ontario, in which my family owns approximately 950 acres in the middle of nowhere. Me and Dad decide to go up to the property for the weekend to work on the cabin. Spend all morning and afternoon working. Finally around 7 we start making dinner. Steaks on the grill, baked potatoes, corn on the cob. After dinner we sit on the front porch drinking and bullshitting. Around 10ish we see a very bright light in the sky. Continues to get larger and brighter. Seems to be falling straight down. Changes color from white to red, to blue, to green, to yellow. Disappears over horizon. Several seconds later, both of us feel a slight whump like something impacted the earth. Probably a meteorite or something. Few minutes later, still out on the porch. Hear low rumbling that's slowly getting louder. Stand up to find out where the noise is coming from. Whoosh. Whoosh. See pair of fast movers flying low through valley towards impact site. No marker lights on, could only see jet tails. Why were they flying so low, and so fast without marker lights on? Me and my dad still think this was just a meteor and the Air Force got a blip on radar and wanted to check it out. Still pretty creepy, though. Second one. Be about 3 years ago. Me, Dad, and Dad's friend go up deer hunting. I have a blind set up on the north side of the property. Dad hunts the marshes about a mile south of me. His buddy is hunting all the way to the south. Spend all morning, afternoon, and early evening hunting. Don't see a damn thing. Get on ATV because it's a 5-mile ride back to the cabin. Pick up Dad and drive to cabin. We unpack our gear and are waiting for his friend to get there. He was only a half-mile from the cabin, so neither me or my dad think that he needs picking up. Half hour past sunset, Dad is starting to get anxious. Asks me to drive the trail south to see if I can find him walking. Hop back on ATV and head down the trail. See flashlight a few hundred yards up. It's Dad's buddy. Tell him to hop in, Dad's cooking dinner, we're going to be late. We're talking the whole way back. The ATV is a side-by-side, so you sit next to one another like you're riding in a car. Just as we turn off to go up the steep trail to the cabin, I see an odd, yellowish light almost fluttering in front of us. Looks kind of like a lightning bug. Wait, it's December, that's no lightning bug. Slam on brakes. Look behind me thinking that someone's headlights are reflecting off my windshield. There aren't any other vehicles out here. Both watch this light flutter in the sky for about 15 seconds, and it fades out. Realize that we were in mid-conversation and both of us stopped talking the moment the light appeared. Look at one another. Confirm what we just saw. Nope, the fuck back to the cabin. Hopefully I get to go back up there soon and get some more stories for you guys.
I've had so many experiences it's not even funny. I don't know how to green text, so sorry if that bugs you. Growing up I lived in an old farmhouse. I used to see an old man just wandering around or checking up on me. Never caused any problems though, and freaky enough years later my sister told she had also seen him even though I never talked about it with her. She just came up to me day and said I seen this old man standing over my bed, and we swapped stories about him. Growing up in the same house I had what I thought at the time were just made up friends. They were a pair of twins, and we used to play games all the time. After we moved from that house, parents got divorced and Dad stayed there, but we went with Mom. I came back when I was older, around 14, and they showed up again, but this time attacked me and left scratch marks on my arms and back. Scared the shit out of me, but not the worst experience I've ever had. I've got plenty more if anyone wants to hear 'em. Around the age of 15 or so I used to have a little girl follow me around everywhere. At the time I thought I was crazy, but then one day my friend said she could feel her. So I did research and asked her who she was. Turned out she was from the early 1800s and found me because I used to wander by her grave. All she told me was she wanted to move on, but a bad man would always stop her. I talked to my friend about it and we decided to try sending her to the other side. Nothing happened during it. All I know is she disappeared and I never seen her again. The scariest one of all is very hard for me to talk about. I've actually blocked most of it out of my minutes since it really messed with me. I was around 5 years old, living in the same house as the man and twins. I used to wake up with scratches everywhere, hear chanting, see red eyes, and always felt like something was clinging to me. It stopped after a while though. The reason it was scary was the chanting ... I only remember parts of it, but it had something to do with the number 6 and saying there were many of them. Interesting enough, later on, just a few years ago, I watched an ep of a show and this girl could have been my double. She had the same thing happen the year that it left me, except hers was worse. To this day I wish I knew what that thing was, as I'm quite scared that it may come back. I played with the board a few times, nothing that scary happened, not scary to me, although once I blacked out, woke up and was trying to stab my friend. Apparently while I was trying, I was screaming about her being a cheating whore, which isn't true cause she didn't have a BF at the time. That was a strange experience, and refused to touch one since. I've also seen my grandfather when I overdosed. I seen him when I was in a car wreck as well. I've also seen my aunt on and off, so did my grandmother at the same time. Aside from that, I've seen random spirits walking around, shadow people as well.
I've had a few paranormal experiences, but nothing spectacular. A lot of them actually involve my mom. I'm pretty sure she can read my mind. A lot of the time she'll say exactly what I'm thinking, right down to the wording. Here's the weirdest experience, which happened when I was around 20. My little sister is in college, just got an apartment with 2 other girls. My mom and I go to spend the night there. Sister and her roommates tell us the sleeper sofa is haunted. We think they're just being silly college girls. Night comes, Mom and I get onto the sofa. Lying there unable to sleep. Suddenly I feel like someone is sitting on the end of the bed. There's enough light in the room that I can see there's no one there. Try to ignore it, finally fall asleep. Wake up in the morning, jokingly ask Mom if she saw any couch ghosts. She says she felt someone sitting on the edge of the bed, too.
2010. Live in shittiest part of mostly abandoned manufacturing town. House immediately across street is vacant. One night the front door is open. I and all my roommates save one want to explore. That one is insistent that it's haunted. We convince him to go. The place is beyond dilapidated. Cobwebs everywhere like in a haunted house, wood peeling and falling off. No light inside except for one flashlight. Haunted guy is terrified. We find a glass ornament, the kind of thing that housewives would collect in the 50s. It's dusty but unbroken. Someone takes it. Haunted guy insists we put it back. We try to convince him otherwise, but he's not having any of it. Guy who picked it up sets it back down. However, I take it again when haunted guy isn't looking and hide it in my pocket. Find a staircase that's shattered. Shine the flashlight down, hear movement. Big movement, not like a raccoon. Everyone hauls ass out of the house. I still have the ornament. House door stays open all night. In the morning, door is closed. About a week later, I hang the ornament from the ceiling right outside haunted guy's bedroom door before he wakes up. You can hear the scream from outside.
Be living alone for several months while parents are overseas. Be at school, college, during the day. House is out in sticks, very isolated. Late at night. Be in living room laying on the couch. Reading on computer. Big window right behind couch looks onto front porch and front yard, forest. Hear huge thump, banging noise. Probably the cat jumping on the porch swing. Heart pounding BC, it's a big bang for the cat. Turn porch light on and look out. Giant raccoon staring back at me. Must be 2 feet tall. Nope and nope.jpg. Go get pistol. Raccoon is gone. Kept pistol close all night.
B14. It's fall and 8 p.m. at night. had fight with my mom. Fuck this noise, I'm going for a walk. Big grave 2 blocks from my house. Tell my dad where I'm going. Dad is all over paranormal stuff. Anon, take the video camera with you. You never know. Okay, whatever. Get to graveyard and turn on camera. It's dark but I can see well enough. The moon is bright and the middle school across the street has a ton of lights. I have walked through this graveyard many times, it's peaceful. It's a little spooky this time around, with the bare trees and leaves blowing in the wind. Walks around just talking and singing to myself. A little time passes and I'm in the middle of the yard. Stopped walking to just film around me. It will make my dad happy that I tried. Looking down at the screen. See a face and something staff-like. I jump out of my skin and look up. It's gone. Calm myself and see a plant hanger holding a flower pot around the area I kind of saw it. Laughs about how I got scared over a plant holder. Still spooked though, so I calmly walk home. Gives dad the camera and I go get ready for bed. Honestly don't care about the video because I was so sure there was nothing there. Dad calls me into the room a bit later. He shows me a small part of it. As the camera pans left, there is a pale face that looks to be hooded, to the left side of the screen. Cue the camera jumping around when I jumped out of my skin. It quickly turns away from the camera and goes off screen. We use the pause, fast forward trick to slow motion the video. We can't see its hand but it seems to have some kind of staff pole with it. I'm feeling so many emotions at once. But wait, there is more. Not a moment later in the video, what appears to be another figure crosses from the right to left side of the screen in the background. But that isn't the end of it. Naturally, my dad is super pumped about this find. Still too many feelings for me. But dad's excitement rubs off on me. Naturally I show the 3 people I was hanging out with the day before. They freak out over it and think it's super scary. Of course they now want to go to the graveyard at night too. Shit, why not? Us 3 teens and my dad set out to the graveyard at night. We are really loud and excited. Dad is keeping his cool and being super serious about it. I hurry to show them the spot. There. It's right there. None of us saw anything spooky. Man, what a drag. I guess we go home. Watch the video from that night. Nothing exciting. Until none of us are on the screen. But I can hear my voice. The camera is filming an area what wasn't the spot. There seems to be something moving in the background. It looks like 2 figures digging with shovels. There. It's right there. My voice is heard from the video. The figures immediately stand straight up and bolt. None of us had seen them in person. There was no other video of them. They reacted like they thought I had spotted them. I can't bring myself to label them as ghosts and that scares me. It's been 11 years and I am still scared of them. Needless to say, I don't go out to the graveyard to find peace and quiet anymore.
I haven't had many spooky experiences but there is one that I will share. 5 years ago. 23 years old. Go to Mexico to visit family I haven't seen in close to 10 years. Go to small village where grandparents lived in their youth. 2-hour drive from nearest town. In the middle of mountains near the valley floor. At the time of my visit, there was a yearly village festival where people from the town and their families all come back and celebrate their town. Fucking awesome experience. Anyway. Early afternoon before the day's festivities begin. Bored. Tell my family I'm going to go out for a walk around the pueblo and take some pictures. Head down toward the valley, edge of town. Walk a good distance. From far away, I see a small creek with a really old-looking stone bridge. Sweet, picture time. No trail down to the bridge. Have to sit down and slide down steep hillsides, walk, slide, repeat. Notice that there's aren't any animal noises, no wind. Thought it was odd, but wait, doves. Keep trying to get closer to the bridge. Slowly becoming more wary of doing so the closer I get. Get close enough to where I can zoom in with my camera lens and see some writing engraved on the rocks. Want to get closer. Slow down more. Finally just stand there staring at the bridge, looking around me, staring into bushes, trying to focus on any noise. Can't convince myself to get any closer, so I start walking back to town. Weird feeling behind me. Start walking faster, slow jog. Look back every once in a while to make sure nothing's creeping up behind me. Finally make it back to the nearest house. Get into road of town, cousin is nearby. Yells at me that everyone was looking for me for 3-4 hours. Walk back to grandparents' cabin. Grandma was super upset because she didn't know where I'd gone. Grandma, it's fine. I went down into the valley because I wanted to take pictures of the bridge down there. Grandma gets mad, raises her voice, tells me to never go down there ever again, to never go past the last house. Ask her why. She says it's nothing. Weird. That evening during festivities, I asked my grandpa about what grandma meant. He looks at me, smiles, tells me not to worry about it but to listen to grandma. I push again, asking why. Old stories from many, many years ago. The devil was seen across the creek near the bridge. Animals end up dead on the other side. Strange deaths. A man was found once, dead. Grandpa goes on to tell me about bad energy over there, asks if I felt anything. Tell him yes I did, which is why I didn't go closer. Tells me he reminds me of himself when he was younger. Very curious but not stupid. I didn't realize, but I didn't take any pictures of the bridge even from afar. Just had a weird feeling to sort of leave it alone. Small little town in the middle of nowhere, really. I'm not incredibly superstitious, but there's something about old cultures, Native American, Mexican, etc., that I respect and hold stories as plausible. Just remembered a few stories my family down in Mexico has had. Will post when I can.
Alright, I've got one that happened about 3 or so years ago. It was pretty damn scary. Be me, about 17 or so. Lived on and worked at this huge campground. Place was fairly remote, but had like over 500 sites and cabins. I worked nearly every job there, and for my last stretch worked night security. Shit was cash, as I got to drive around in a golf cart all night and just look for people needing help. I was too young to really do anything about major stuff, so on busy days I would have the other guy, Mike, with me. Mike lived there too, and was a pretty cool guy, kinda stoic, but had a good sense of humor. So it's a moderately busy Friday, and both me and him are on shift. Earlier that week, some housekeepers found a dead bobcat. Wasn't gored or anything like that, just sprawled out dead on a cabin porch. Kinda freaky, but dead shit turns up there pretty frequently. Thursday night some trash cans around the bathhouses, we had 3, were knocked over and eaten from. Somehow we didn't catch whatever did it in the act. So we're on the watch for a raccoon or something else that was getting into them. Worst case possible would be a bear. Anyway, back to the night. Me and Mike are just cruising on a golf cart talking about news and such. Nothing really wrong at all, so we go back to the guard shack and watch some TV and wait for night check-ins. Mike asks me if I could do a round real quick while he takes a look at the front area. We only had one cart to use. I start driving down this road that has the seasonal people's trailers there. None of them were there, and it was pretty eerie. Shining my little spotlight to the left and right near some of those trailers. Right as soon as my light hits the underside of this trailer I see a reflection of eyes and hear a pretty loud thud, and this thing shoots out of their lighting fest. About to hit word limit. Pick related, it's one of the cabin sites in the far back. Trying to follow that thing with my light, but it was going too quick, could tell from the brief look that it was on all fours. I could see that it curved towards an area of cabin sites from the glow of one of the few streetlights, so I decide to try and pursue it. I slam the golf cart's pedal down as I go in hot pursuit of this thing. It's going so fast that the cart can barely keep up, only about 15 miles per hour top speed, and from what I could tell it was beelining towards the cabin area. I get a glimpse of it with the light as it shot underneath the cabin. Thing was about 3 foot tall, and was looking at me from over its shoulder as it ran. It was light brown, and didn't look like it had fur. The back legs looked inverted and it had a round-shaped head. The little gap in the cabin that it slid into looked just large enough for it to fit, so I stopped the cart, got out, and shone the light underneath the cabin. Nothing must have gone to another cabin, as there was about 20 or so in that area. I start searching some more, but can't find anything. Get a call on the walkie-talkie from Mike saying that he needs the cart. I go back to the guard shack and he tells me that there was a call just now from a cabin site about some people got woken by loud sounds underneath their cabin. There's an RV there, and he tells me to help them check in while he sees what's up. I ask him what site it was, and he tells me 241, which was on the other side of the campground from where I was. So I help with the check-in and go back into the guard shack. About 10 minutes later, I get a walkie-talkie message from Mike. Get the first aid kit, I'm on my way back. Oh shit.jpg. I go to a building nearby, unlock it, and grab the kit. While I'm going back to the guard shack, kit in hand, I can see the cart in the distance, heading towards the shack. I wait by the door, and Mike pulls up. His legs were cut up pretty bad. Some of the cuts were pretty deep, and there was blood all over. Hand Mike the kit and he goes to work spraying disinfectant and bandaging his legs. Ask him what the hell happened. Well, when I went to the cabin I crouched and shined my light underneath and something ran out and started clawing the shit out of my legs. Couldn't even see what it was. Fucker was gone after it got me. He starts laughing and says I probably scared those guests shitless. I'd better go back and tell them. He goes away for about 10 minutes and comes back. Tells me everything got settled with the guest, and plays it off like nothing happened. At the end of the shift we tell the manager what happened. He gets the maintenance men to put out some traps to catch whatever the hell it was. Nothing ends up in the traps, and the trash didn't get messed with. Problem solved. I told Mike about what I saw before the whole ordeal happened, and he just replied with interesting. He had to actually go get stitches that morning, as some of the cuts were pretty deep.
It's not paranormal, but anyway. Be me 18. Easter. Rainy night. Suddenly I wake up. I feel a presence. I'm so scared, I almost feel like I can't move. I feel there's someone outside my and my sister's room. Check the clock, 5 a.m. I don't hear any noises. Back to sleep. Wake up at 6:40 because I hear my dad yelling. Ask what's going on. We have been robbed. Go back to my room. The thieves have been in our room and took my sister's phone while we were sleeping. They took my mom's jewelry but left it under the window they opened to get into our house. Left the fridge open. Turned on the PS4. Probably the beep freaked them out so they left immediately. Based PS4.
One night I was walking the 3 blocks home to my apartment from my friend's house. Halfway between our houses there's a bridge. Nothing spooky about the bridge at all, just a small single roadway bridge in a residential neighborhood. As I'm walking towards it, a gray wolf saunters out from behind the fence of the house that's closest to the bridge. There's like a strip of grass between the house properties along the road and the road itself, the road on the top of the bridge, so this wolf had been walking along the side of the road and come down the embankment, I guess, to cross down here. Anyway, I guess it should be said that this is smack dab in the middle of suburbia in one of the bigger Canadian cities. Yes, we have large urban areas in Canada. Of course it's not completely insane for there to be a wolf there, it's just highly unlikely and out of place. I don't live near any forests or large parks in the city either. I stopped, obviously, and waited to see what he was going to do. I was probably a good 10 to 20 yards away, and had the house's fence on my right, so I figured if he came at me I would be able to jump it and try to get away that way. He didn't come at me, he just stared calmly, so then I thought, oh shit, wolves are pack hunters, so I quickly looked around me, didn't see any other wolves. I looked back and he was still standing there staring at me. I knew the worst thing to do would be to run away, so I waited. Probably about 5 minutes passed, with me getting more and more scared that I was probably going to have to fight or run from a wolf and most likely die. During that 5 minutes I kept glancing over my shoulders in case his pack showed up. After the 5 minutes was up, he calmly walked across the road and to the other side and off behind the fence of the house across the street. I waited a bit, maybe 10 to 20 seconds, then did a few jumps to see over the fences on either side of the road, looked all clear, so I went home.
I was on holidays by the seaside last year with my parents and my friend plus her mom and aunt. We stayed in a really small village, maybe about 100 people lives here, but we go there every year and it's really nice. Anyway, one evening we were sitting outside, near a field, and were having a grill party. It was around 11 p.m, my brother, I and the friend started talking about some creepypastas, horrors and stuff. Suddenly we heard a loud noise and then we saw a light on the sky. It was square-shaped, size of a man, and was coming closer and closer to us. We almost shit ourselves, but in seconds it disappeared. We were too scared to go and search for it at night. In the morning we went to check if it wasn't one of these floating lamps. Have no idea how are they called, hope you know what I mean, but we found absolutely nothing. I am still scared of it and wonder if I will see this again this summer.
I have a story, but it's more weird than spooky, I guess. Either way, there's this spot in South Florida, suburbs, where high school, college kids have bonfire parties. Even my parents knew about this place. B19 and friends want to have a bonfire. Get all of our supplies, drugs together. Get to the spot and the fucking fire refuses to start. Most of us have already started drinking, so the sober ones decide to go buy some lighter fluid. Chilling by the unlit pallets talking to some friends when we hear 1, 2 cats meowing. Sounded like this. But that shit would not stop, and the meows were so close together it sounded like 2. Some rich girl we're with starts crying and blubbering about the fact that they might be hurt. I seriously doubt that. My best friend, Danny, we're with, decides that he wants that pussy, hey, and volunteers to go check it out, and a friend in ROTC, Ricky, decides to go with him just in case. Fuck that, this place be dark as fuck. I decided to give them my mag light so they don't trip and fall into swamp water. Chill at the fire. Ricky comes running back, sweating bullets. Ask where Danny is. He says he doesn't know. He was behind him 1 minute and the next he's gone. Oh my lord, these guys are idiots. Had to go back to look for him with Ricky and 2 other guys. After a half hour of searching through this fucking thicket of trees, pig related, we find him clutching a stick. This nigga looked traumatized, eyes wide open, hyperventilating, and completely unresponsive. We said his name over and over but he wouldn't respond to any of us. Stops hyperventilating to say one thing: I want to go home. I've sobered up a bit, so I offered to take him home. The whole time we were searching, and the whole way back, that fucking meowing never stopped. Now, I figured that he got lost in the dark and got scared by us since he had been smoking pot with some of the girls. Get back to the bonfire, and they managed to start it. Let everyone know that I'm taking Dan home. They call him a pussy, fag, etc. Get in the car. Awkward car ride, until I break the silence by asking him what happened. Doesn't respond. Keep asking. This nigga won't talk to me. Pull over and insist that he tells me because now I'm real fucking curious. He just looks at me, eyes puffy and red. After sitting there for 10 minutes, he finally says something. If you won't take me home, I'll just walk. This fucking I.jpg. Take him home and drop him off. Get back to the bonfire. Tell everyone what happened. Meowing continued throughout the rest of the bonfire. Nothing else happened that night, but he never told us what happened to him. I asked him at a party a couple of months ago and he shattered a beer bottle against a wall and said something like, "Stop fucking asking me. I'm sick of everyone asking me. I never want to see those faces again." He then left immediately after, and I haven't talked to him since. Not spooky, I guess, but I'm still curious as to what he experienced that scared him so bad. As far as I know he didn't take any hallucinogenics, so I don't know what he meant by faces.
What the fuck did you just fucking say about me, you little sack of meat? I'll have you know I graduated top of my class in the Goatman Skinwalker tribe, and I've been involved in numerous rites of passage on Indian warriors, and I have over 300 confirmed skin changes. I am trained in Goatman warfare and I'm the top skinwalker in the entire Goatman tribe. You are nothing to me but just another collection of skin. I will wipe you the fuck out with precision the likes of which has never been seen before on this earth, mark my fucking words. You think you can get away with saying that shit to me over the internet? Think again, fucker. As we speak I am contacting my goat-walking network of spies across the globe and your skin is being traced right now, so you better prepare for the storm, maggot. The storm that wipes out the pathetic little thing you call your life. You're fucking dead, kid. I can be anywhere, anytime, and I can kill you in over 700 ways, and that's just with my bare hooves. Not only am I extensively trained in unarmed combat, but I have access to the entire arsenal of the paranormal and I will use it to its full extent to wipe your miserable ass off the face of the continent, you little shit. If only you could have known what unholy retribution your little clever comment was about to bring down upon you, maybe you would have held your fucking tongue. But you couldn't, you didn't, and now you're paying the price, you goddamn idiot. I will shit fury all over you and you will drown in it. Your skin is fucking mine, kid.
Years ago I had a dream that haunts me to this day. It was incredibly vivid, which is partially why it frightened me so much. Regular summer day. Hanging in the backyard with friends, I think I was 15. Noticed something strange in the sky. 2 houses down, a large white object that looked like a plane fuselage minus the windows and wings was floating some distance advice the house. It doesn't reflect light, it looks very smooth, and just sits there in the sky silently. We should tell mom and dad. Go inside and try explaining it. They don't believe us, of course. Suddenly a crash that shakes the neighborhood. We go back outside. The thing has crashed into the neighbor's house 2 doors down and destroyed it. Fire everywhere, large crater, debris, smoke. Sudden instinct to head towards the driveway. Someone is waking up the drive towards us. Maybe 4 feet tall. Broad shoulders, square jaw, blue suit and hat, large dark sunglasses. I just know that this person is wrong, something is horribly wrong and it isn't the crater. I basically kick the short man in the chest with all my strength. He hardly budges but his glasses fall off. His eyes are tiny like a button and completely black. Complete circles. I looked into those eyes horrified. Wake up and on. I woke up in a cold sweat feeling exhausted and out of breath. 2 days later my neighbors moved out in the middle of the night. Rumors has it they were illegal immigrants or something. I can still see it all so clearly, and now I have a hard time sleeping anywhere around 3:30 in the morning because of it.
This happened to me when I was like 5. I'm 32 years old now. Be me. Have to sleep in same room, different beds with sister. My sister was always afraid of the dark. She woke me up every time she wanted to go to the bathroom. Always waited for her outside the bathroom door, in the middle of the dark. One night she wakes me up. Hey Anon. Can you see that? Who's that? I open my eyes. An old lady is standing by the door. She is surrounded by children, all of them facing her. She is saying in a very gentle voice, come here, while waving her hand. Her hand is old and thin, almost skeletal. Some children are hugging her, none of them turn to face us, or acknowledge us. She looks like pig related, but her robes were all black. She keeps saying come. Come here while waving her almost skeletal hand. I am petrified, my sister is speechless. She is blocking the entrance, but somehow we bolt out of the room, barely passing by her side. We go to our parents' room, which is just next door. Mom. Dad. There is someone in our room. My dad wakes up immediately, my mom too. We go outside and the old hag is there, still waving her hand, still saying come. Come here. We tell them crying she is their dad. In the door. My parents look confused. There is no one there, and but she is dad. Mom. She is saying she wants us to go with her. Parents gaze at the door, keep insisting that nobody is there, but you can tell they were getting freaked out, their two kids seeing things. We slept that night in my parents' room. The old lady never showed up again. I wanted to dismiss this as something I imagined or dreamed, but my sister vividly remembers it, and my parents too, to the detail. We rarely speak about that incident. I still feel a chill from my spine whenever I remember that night. The closest thing I've got to know about her identity is an old character from Russian folklore, Baba Yaga. And I'm not even really sure that was her.
I Greentexted a 100% true story a while back in another thread. I wish someone would have screen capped it. It was an experience my best friend had at my insanely haunted house I grew up in. Greater than 15 or 16 years old, don't remember exactly. Best friend stays the night for games. Had no door because asshole ex-friend kicked and broke door. Sheet nailed up for meantime. Early I'm tired so I go to sleep. Friend stays on PC to check email. Friend is probably jacking it to porn. Friend flips the fuck out waking me up. What the fuck man? Turns on light. Friend is pale, sweating and shaking. Can barely speak. Calms down. I ask WTF is going on. Friend says he is about to shut off PC and sees sheet rising like someone is walking through. Assume it's my little brother, he's 11 or 12 at the time. Friend leans over to ask little Anon what he is doing. Little girl in white dress instead. Friend screams in horror waking me up. I believe him because I hear and see shit all the time. Friend leaves and walks home. Bye bye best friend. Friend won't even step foot in my yard for like 6 months. Takes like a year for him to even come back into my house. Best friend never stays over again. I can believe it because the house was an old farmhouse from the 1800s and the surrounding suburbs popped up, farmland disappeared while house stayed. My parents had the entire house remodeled and during that process a lot of activity started and never stopped during the whole time I was there. My bedroom was the center of activity though. Constant tapping on my bedroom window, like 3 to 4 nights a week during various hours of the night. Second floor bedroom, no trees nearby, no siding flapping in the wind, not loose window panes. Never slept for the 8 years I lived there. I might Greentext a few more. We had a full, finished basement in that house with a second living room / gaming room, my dad's computer office where no one was allowed to go in. Probably porn but mostly that's where he kept all of his old silver coins and this fucking giant 5 pounds pure silver coin that was like 6 inches across and like 2 inches thick. Unfortunately we had a massive flash flood and the basement ended up with about 4 feet of water in it, ruining shit like floods do. The entire time basement was complete and functional. Sitting on couch watching TV alone. Nobody home but me and my pets. Both dogs and both cats chilling in room with me. Here walking around upstairs. No one should be home. Cats take off into laundry area. Dogs look up because they can hear it. Male dog starts growling because he's a mean son of a bitch. Female dog whimpers. Confused. GIF. Mute TV, door at top of steps is closed. Here walking towards door. This is how I am going to die. Footsteps stop. MFW can only see about halfway up the steps, can't see actual door. No noise then footsteps start coming downstairs. Goddamn noisy steps creaking. Footsteps stop halfway down. Male dog starts barking, second meanest bark I ever heard out of him. Shitting bricks at this point. Dogs calm down. No more sound. Get up and walk to stairs and look up, door closed, no one there. Fuck this, go out basement door to outside world with animals and hang out for like 4 hours before anyone comes home. I hated living in that house even though it was nicer than any of my friends' houses by about 2,000-fold combined. Same house. During renovations my dad took a picture of the front of the house to keep a history of the progress of it. In one of the windows of where my bedroom was going to be there was a woman standing there looking out. My dad didn't notice it when he took the picture, but when he got the roll developed she was there, in only one photo. I wish we still had it because I would have scan and post it. B16. Wanted a new color for my bedroom, so painting new color. A color I got to choose out of 3 approved colors by my parents. Bedroom is rather large, so lots of paint needed. Staying in little brother's room for one night while paint dries. Paint smells give me migraines. Laying in his bed, he is visiting grandparents. Laying there trying to sleep, keep getting very evil feeling. Feel like something is watching me from his closet. Fuck huge closet, 12 x 8 feet. Get up and shut door till it clicks. Lay back down, hear door click. Sit up and look at it, door is open about 6 inches. I'm too tired for this shit. Get up, walk to closet, shut door till click. Grab heavy ass chest and push it against door. Say out loud to leave me alone and let me sleep. Scratching coming from inside closet. Mika bullshit. GIF. Get up, turn on light, pull chest away for door and open it quickly. Hoping to scare whatever is in there. Why the fuck did I do that? Goddamn cat jumps out. Scared shitless, what did I expect? Shut door again and put chest back against door anyways. Finally fall asleep, sleep for like 3 hours. Oh boy, it's 9 AM, time to get up for bullshit chores. Closet door open about 2 inches, chest moved slightly like something wanted out. Daylight, even braver. Open closet door again, brother's pet hamster laying there dead on floor. Not eaten, cat would have ate it like he did the last one. Never slept in his room again. I never did figure that one out. Never bothered my brother though, he used to play in that motherfucker.
Got one I'm drunk enough to post. First off, it's not super spooky and it has no resolution, but it actually did happen, so there's that. When I was about 18 or so, my friends and I used to go out all the time looking for abandoned or haunted places. We just liked to be scared. Watched a lot of horror movies, read loads of creepy shit on the internet. It was a good rush. One night I get 2 of my friends together to go look at some haunted torn down house, lot out by a lake. It was supposed to be a witch's house that got burned down, was haunted, blah blah blah. Some spooky BS around it like they burned down her house. At night you can still see smoke rising from the destroyed chimney. Doesn't matter, we didn't even get to the supposedly haunted spot. The important thing is that we were going and looking to get to this specific lot, looking for, I don't know, ghosts or some shit. The typical it feels so cold. I feel like I'm been watched. Shit. Anyways, we had to drive through some woods to get to this place, ended up at the entrance to a 1-lane road. At the time I drove a like 97 Grand Prix? Whatever year it was what I called a boat car. Hard as fuck to back up and move out of small spaces. So I stopped the car at the top of a hill and refused to drive any further, because I don't want to get stuck out there with some rednecks mad that I'm on their land, running out with a shotgun while I do a 100-point turn trying to get out of this tiny narrow road. Continued, sorry if this is boring, take a GIF as an apology. Anyways. I park the car and we get out with a flashlight. I got 2 friends with me, one who's like me, skeptical but looking for something exciting. And one who's just super into supernatural stuff and really just full of shit. He thought everything was a ghost or a demon or something. Every other day he had some new ghost story. I am actually pretty sure he was a compulsive liar, but wait Dev. If we felt a cool breeze it was a goddamn demon. So he's saying he feels things out there and we're making fun of him. We end up hearing something in the woods ... and it's a goddamn dog that starts barking at us like crazy. We take off back to my car, get in, get ready to leave. So we head back and my other friend says he wants to ride back down in the car, presumably so we can leave quicker without running up the hill if someone does come out and see us on their property. All I can think about are angry rural folks running out after us with guns or calling the cops. I argue with him for a minute. Our other friend wants to go back. I'm outnumbered. I tell him fine, but he has to drive because I fucking hate backing up and trying to get out of narrow places with this bullshit car. He agrees and we drive back down. We get to the end of the road and find a locked gate. After being spooked by the stupid dog, I'm not up to going further, and the others are just kinda bored by the whole ordeal. I say fuck it and suggest we call it a night and go to IOP or something. My friend gets in my car to drive away and begins his 100 pints turn while I stick my head out the window to see the front of my car and help him make the turns. We get my car perpendicular with the woods, and as I'm looking forward, each side of the roads had small ditches. I was trying to avoid them. I see something behind a tree in front of me, so the trees here weren't super big, but it was pretty dense. But as I'm looking, I see something move, just really slightly. So my eyes are trying to adjust, and I'm trying to figure out what it is I'm looking at. My friend in the driver's seat is silent too, which is weird because I haven't said either keep going or okay stop in a few seconds, and the car hasn't moved either. So I'm scanning the area in front of me, looking for whatever moved. I see another slight movement and my eyes lock on. It looks like a white branch, right behind the front line of trees at the edge of the road, ditch. I look closer, scan it, squint. It looks like the leg of a deer. Knobby at the joints, thin, long. My eyes scan more, can't see much, but there's what I interpret as a bipedal figure. Looks like it's trying to hide behind the trees. This all happens in the matter of a couple of seconds. Sorry if it's not too clear. But I see this vague shape of what looks vaguely human. But my eyes are still really locked on the limbs. Knobby. Very thin. Hairless, like human skin. Looks to be very goddamn tall, if I had to guess maybe 7-8 feet? All this clicks in my head, and I realize the arm that I had initially seen had started to lift up. I start yelling at my friend, go. Just go right now, and to my surprise he does exactly that, doesn't question me at all, finishes the turn while I scream at him to hurry and roll up the windows and we get the fuck out. After a couple of minutes driving away, I ask my friend driving, did you see that too, and he says yes and nothing else. The other full of shit friend was in the back seat, watching the backwoods instead of the ones in front of us. He didn't see anything, was really upset he didn't know what we were talking about. This happened about 8 years ago. The guy who drove is still my best friend and we don't really talk about it. We never went back, never even discussed it outside of very brief okay so you saw, X/Y/C, discussions. I've looked up all sorts of shit trying to figure out what it could have been. My first thought was a dead and gutted deer. Sometimes they hang them upside down after killing them, but it didn't fit the shape or the movement. For a while I tried to just pretend it was some super tall and thin redneck dude checking us out, making sure we weren't about to rob his house, but it wasn't a person. I don't know how to describe it, again because it just happened so quickly. I just know that it was really unnatural. The limbs and joints were all wrong. The movement was wrong. Anyways, that's my thing. Anyone have any idea what it might have been? Tall thin deer creature? In the woods at night? It was a long time ago and I don't really get scared about it anymore, but goddamn would I love to have at least one other person know what I'm talking about.
Okay, I'll start my story. Be me. When this happened, I must have been 14 or 15. Have big brother and a couple of friends that want to go camping. Reports of cougars in the area. Decide to go with them, but not before asking if I can bring his 10 to 22. I was relatively experienced with guns at my age. Like the cool brother he is, he lets me. We went out near Lake Oakwood in South Dakota. Didn't want to pay, so we snuck in. Since we don't want to get caught, we decide not to camp on the actual campground. Walk at least 1.5 miles before finding a clearing. Set up small ass tent. By this time it's almost 10. Big bro and one of his friends decide to have a beer. Me and his other friend check the 10-20 seconds. Mag loaded, no bullet in the chamber, safety on. Now about 12, at this point Big bro and his drunk friend pass out. Me and his other friend still awake and bored. We both stay up and read for an hour or so. You know when you get that feeling that you are being watched? Like when you tense up. Flashlight on, scanning the area. Nothing. I hear a huge thump and then sounds of sticks cracking. Scared for a moment, then friend reassures me that it was probably just an animal falling out of a tree and running away. Finally decide to go to bed. Almost stacked on top of each other. Finally fall asleep at around 3 a.m. Next day. First one up. Decide I have to take a piss. Walk away from tent. I was Betamax Supreme at this point in my life and I thought my penis was too small. Start draining the lizard. Feels good, man. Look up, see humanoid figure in the distance. Kind of blurry, I didn't have glasses at this point in my life. Squint, this fucker looks at least 7 feet tall. Pale skin, black pits for eyes, long bony fingers. If you've ever read SCP-096 it kind of resembles that but different. Start running mid-piss with dick still out. Zip up, run to tent, wake up brother and grab 10-20 seconds. Almost in tears at this point. Brother just tells me to calm down and tell him what I saw. Explain to him in vivid detail. Tell him I want to go home. He doesn't believe me and just says it was probably somebody from the campsite trying to scare us. Close to dark. Roasting weenies. Still kind of shaken about what happened in the morning. Brother and friends want to go swim. Don't want to be left alone, so I go with. Get to shore of lake. Oakwood is a couple small ass lakes that link together if you're wondering. Everybody is swimming except me, I'm just reading my book on the shore. Look up, on the other side of the lake I see the figure. Start screaming and pointing at it. Brother and friend look up and see it. They freak the fuck out and we all start to run back to the campsite. Turn around and it is now half submerged in the lake. Just keep running. Get to campsite. I grab the 10-20 seconds and my brother grabs his Remington 700, forgot to mention he brought it, sorry. Turn around. Fucking thing is on a hill maybe 200 yards away. I fucking unload. Brother fires 4 shots and at least 2 hit. After the first time we hit it seems like smoke or ash exploded from this thing. We fucking leave the tent and get the fuck out of there. A week later we went back to get the tent, and it was completely destroyed. I live about 2 miles away from where this happened, so I think this thing is going to be at my doorstep any day now.
Moved to Kentucky for fire service. Buy 10 square miles of hilly forest with home at an auction. Old owner lived there his whole life, died on the land, family sold it to make a quick buck. Start planting more trees, forest is dense but could use more around the house. Put up trail cams because of homeless wanderers coming onto property. Something is getting angry and ripping down trail cams from behind, including ones high up in trees. Find piles of them in tree hollows. Grab shotgun and camp supplies, head out to find homeless man and persuade him to leave property. Can't find anyone, only tiny 4-toed prints in the mud by the streams, think it's a raccoon but spacing makes me think it was standing up. Make camp and hunker down. Cook up some tasty rabbit stew, get into tent and go to sleep before cleaning pot because of how tired I am. Wake up around 3 in the morning, moon shining through trees. Hear weird grunting noises from outside of tent, sounds small. Open up window flap, stew pot is swinging but I can't see anything near it except for a mossy rock about the size of a gallon jug that I didn't notice before. Think nothing of it, go back to sleep. Wake up, go over to stew pot to cook some breakfast. Stew pot has been licked clean, mossy rock is gone. Think that raccoons must have cleaned it in the middle of the night and the rock was the fat lump that did it. Pack up, search some more, can't find anyone but swear the moss around me is alive. Notice that rocks seem to be moving whenever I look away from them. No sense of dread, just bewilderment. In the search somewhere, I lost my knife that I've had for a while. It's cheap but has a lot of sentimental value to me. Get home, tired and bummed out from not finding anyone and losing my knife. Go to sleep immediately. Wake up to light knocking at my door. Get up kinda groggy and open the door, eyeing where I keep my gun just in case. Peek through window, no one there, grab shotgun, open door and poke my head through in case it was someone visiting their new neighbor. No one, only forest noises and the occasional butterfly. Step through door and feel my foot kick something. Look down. My knife is laying there on a small bed of flowers and grass. Look around, really confused but happy that someone found my knife, and then angry that someone was on my property and watching me. Shout out as loud as I can a quick thanks, and if they're out there to come see me so I can talk to them. Notice about 3 rocks, all around the size and shape of a jug of milk, in a row just on the border of the forest. Pick up knife and walk back inside. Glance outside, rocks are gone. Buy a border collie when I go into town that day. I have more stories about these things if anyone wants to hear about them. Okay. About a month later since finding my knife on my porch. Planting more trees, working some land to make a small garden. Pupper, named Hugo, is walking around sniffing things, doing puppy stuff. While tilling, I notice 2 rocks on the edge of the forest. Think nothing of it, they don't bother me and I don't bother them. Kind of getting used to it and expecting them by now, to be honest. I don't feel afraid, Hugo doesn't seem to mind them. Start getting really into my garden, lose track of time and look up to find Hugo to take him inside with me for a break. Hugo gone, I'm freaking out because I love the little guy, look around frantically and see him by the edge of the forest, sniffing one of the rocks. The rock he's sniffing shifts a little when his nose gets close to it. I get up to run over to Hugo to keep him from getting hurt or something in case the rock tips over on him. That's when I see the moss on the rock shift and sprout out a tiny, spindly little arm. I stop walking for a second and blink to make sure I'm not seeing something. It's hot and humid and I haven't been drinking as much water as I should. Arm continues to extend slowly and tentatively towards Hugo, recoiling a little whenever Hugo's nose touches it. I start back up, a little cautiously to not spook the rock thing. I'm getting nearer to Hugo, about 50 yards away, and see that it's petting Hugo's head. Hugo is wagging his tail and generally seems to be enjoying it. I get about 10 years away when I step on a twig and make a loud noise. The creature's arm shoots back into its body and the rocks start tumbling frantically away. Hugo runs after them, I run after Hugo. I lose sight of Hugo, and search for him until nightfall. I go back to my house to grab a flashlight and my camping gear to find my pupper. As I'm getting closer I see a white and black lump on the porch. I start running towards my house, and as I get closer I see that it's Hugo. He's laying on the porch, not moving. I'm getting more upset. As I get closer, I see red and pink around his head and neck. I start sprinting, thinking my dog is hurt or dead. I get 10 feet away, about to bound up onto the porch when Hugo's head jerks up and looks at me. He stands up and comes to greet me with his slobbering mouth, clearly happy to see me. He has a little crown of red and pink flowers around his head and neck, and has a rope tied to his collar and my door. I hug him, tears kinda welling up because I've come to love this pupper so much. Stand up, shout a thank you to whoever brought him home. Go in and go to sleep. I've been on this property now for about 4 years, and have a lot more stories about them if people are still interested. I've gotten very close to them. I'm trying to build up my trust with the little things. About a year later, I keep seeing the rocks around my house, and they are getting closer and closer. Notice one is living in my garden now. Little different from the others, greenish gray and very round, almost spherical. Every now and then, I take a peek out the window and catch a glimpse of it moving around. Very slow and methodical. Garden has never looked more beautiful since it moved in. I go out to my garden often and see it on the opposite side from me all the time. Decide one day to go up to it and try to show it I mean it no harm. I am unsuccessful at this, it just tucks its arms and legs in whenever it sees me. Looks like a chubby sloth carved out of stone, but no mouth or nose from what I can tell, just two beady little eyes. I decide to leave it alone, it seems to be helping me with the garden, and I appreciate that. Notice that sometimes, some of my veggies will be gone, or half-eaten and sitting by the stone. Let it have them, leave some veggies near the edge of the forest. One day, notice that the stone is gone. Veggies are no longer being eaten, garden is looking a little worse for wear. Stones are gone from the tree line. I'm genuinely sad that they are gone. About 2 weeks later, go into forest looking for them. Come to the middle of my property where a massive tree has fallen, was some kind of oak. Possibly around 100 feet tall. When I get closer, I notice that there are dozens of the stones on it and around it, all leaning on it like they're kissing it or resting their heads on it. I'm overwhelmed with a sudden sense of sadness, almost like a family member died. I walk over to the tree and place my hand on it, whisper some sweet nothings to the stones. I go back home after spending almost 3 hours at the tree, feeling bereft of an old friend for some reason. Remember, I have a white oak sapling in my yard outside of my house. Dig it up and take it to the bigger oak in the forest the next day with Hugo. Plant it next to the fallen oak, so that it will replace the giant hole the older one left. Hugo is walking around to the stones, catch a glimpse of a few petting him. A few days later, notice the stones are back on the edge of the forest. Garden stone is back, and everything looks lush and vibrant again. I have one other notable story that was kind of scary that I'll type out. I guess it's not really scary, but it does involve a crazy homeless guy. Go out into the forest one day with Hugo to look around for bums, say hi to some friends, and just to be outdoors. Notice more and more signs of a homeless person living here. Trash everywhere, broken branches and plants, etc. Finally make it to where I think the guy is camping, find a shelter and take it down but neatly fold it for him so he can get off my property quickly. Starting to get dark, I'm getting a little worried that I missed him or he's dead somewhere on my property. See someone moving deeper in the forest, shout out to him to stop and talk to me. The guy has a pickaxe, so I keep my shotgun ready in case he gets violent. I see he's smashing something with it. Freaking out, thinking I just stumbled onto a killing. That's when I hear the unmistakable sound of rocks being smashed. I fire into the air and get his attention damn quick. He drops his pickaxe and puts his hands up, mumbling something unintelligible. My adrenaline is pumping, I'm shaking, and Hugo is going mad on his leash. I scream at him about smashing the rocks, he starts saying how they were following him and throwing stuff at him. I almost shot him then and there, but instead I lead him at gunpoint to the edge of my property and told him to get out and never come back. Few days later, get a call from the sheriff's office about a body they found near my property. Homeless guy, beaten to death and stuffed into a tree. Tells me there will be a deputy coming to talk to me. Deputy shows up about an hour later, questions me about if I had any interactions with the homeless guy. Tell him no, he starts to leave. Turns around on my porch, mentions my stone fence is a little low, but looks good. Look around, see the entire edge of the forest around my house is surrounded by stones. Tell him thanks, and see him to his cruiser. He leaves. I look back at my house. All the stones are gone, except for 2, I've got a lot of small ones, like gifts and whatnot. They leave me flowers, sometimes morel mushrooms, things I've lost, etc. I've been giving them about a third of my veggies, and they seem to like that. More and more show up in my yard, rather than my tree line, and only seem to move when they don't notice me there. They're very slow moving, and the only time I've ever seen them move quickly is when they roll. I have a lot more animals in my area now, and the forest and garden are much more lush and green when they are around. They seem to disappear during storms. I think they either go into tree hollows or patiently wait it out under other kinds of cover. The garden rock likes to go into a small covered trellis I built it for when the rain comes. Never heard them speak, and have only seen their faces a few times. It's just an oblong rock with beady black eyes that look like polished black glass. Very spindly arms and legs, not bony looking but more vine-like. They tuck back onto the body and aren't noticeable. 4 toes and 3 fingers and a thumb. Bodies are shaped like a bullet, and they are about the size of a gallon jug. The garden rock is more round, though. Their head sits on the front of the body rather than on top, and kinda blends into it. The eyes are wide-spaced, almost parallel to each other, and about the size of small marble. They are covered in moss, and can range from green to a burgundy. I think that might indicate age, but I don't know. There were a couple things left in the house, like some personal documents, mostly health records. Other than that, I know the guy came from Holland, and that he built the house when he came over in the 50s. None of his family wanted the land, they just seemed to want to make some quick cash. I did let them spread his ashes in the forest though, because that's where he spent most of his time with his wife. Her ashes were also spread out here, according to their daughter. Seemed like a sweet old man. He liked wood crafting, and I find some of his stuff here and there in the basement and the shop. I left a figure out that he made on the porch, and the next day it was gone. Not sure if they took it, or if it was some other animal, vagrant passing through.
Back in 2008 I was into road cycling and would ride 40-ish miles 3-4 times a week in the middle of the night, from about 2 to 4 a.m. It was dark as hell but I had a few good flashlights mounted on my bike, and my route was through a pretty rural area, so no much traffic. Even so, when you ride at night you become familiar with every single street light, ridge, bump, or pothole in the road because not anticipating one could mean taking a spill or getting a flat, which no one wants to do in the middle of the night. One particular night, about an hour into my ride on my usual route, I came around a bend, went up a small hill, and as I was coming down the hill I noticed a bright light in the distance that I didn't recognize. It was an orange high-pressure sodium street lamp, which was odd because not only had I never seen this street lamp before, all of the other street lamps on this road, and there weren't many, were white. Not only was the color different, there are no houses at all in this area, just fields, farmland, and all of the other lights on the road are near a house. Seemed odd to me that the city would do this, but I didn't think much of it and continued my ride.
November night, 2016. Supermoon and meteor shower both happening at the same time. I decide to go to Papago Park after midnight, a hiking ground in Phoenix. It's nothing but mundane there past midnight, it's dark but more peaceful than spooky. Watch the supermoon and meteor shower from a nice vantage point. Decide to start walking back home at 2 a.m. See sunward shit in a Ramada, resting point as I'm cutting a line through the parking lot. See that there's somebody on the floor. Think it's just some homeless person who made camp there, decide to leave my spare and open gallon of water for them so they have water when they wake up. See that the person is wrapped up in a blanket and placed on a rug with a red swirl on it similar to the Dreamcast logo. The tables all have bones and shards of metal lined up on them. Completely freeze up in shock at the sight of this. Get the fuck out of Dodge, because if your instincts tell you you're in danger, you absolutely fucking are. 3 cars pull up shining their headlights on me in a parking lot, which was supposed to be fucking closed this time of night. I immediately turn around and decide to take the long way on a hiking trail that circles around the park. The cars all back out and leave after I turn around. I got home safe and sound and nothing weird happened after I made it out of the park, but that was some weird shit. I doubt it was human sacrifice or anything, but I was too freaked out to stick around and find out, who wouldn't have been. Hell, it's possible that those cars that pulled up had nothing to do with that too. But when your fight or flight system is going off like it never has before, it's difficult not to connect anything out of the ordinary to that creepy ass shit.